Hi everyone, and welcome back to the Toys for Tots Marathon. I am here. It is trivia time with me. I am Alicia, and then I've got also Ron, and I've got
Aloha.
Matt.
Hello.
I'm really excited for this. Jake, I should say Jake, being our awesome producer, found this really cool plugin that we're hopefully is going to work. And it's going to be integrated with YouTube chat. So we'll throw up the questions and you guys should be able to put the answers in chat. And then it will be able to poll and see how everyone did. So I'm hoping that this works. We're going to find out. I put in all of the questions. I marked all the right answers. So I guess we'll find out. I don't entirely know when it will go, so we'll just hang out and talk real. Oh, it's here. All right, we're doing it. Okay, first question. This is going to be kind of Walt Disney. Let me back up. We have 8 rounds of trivia, 5 questions each, and everything's got a little category. So the first category I did kind of like general Walt Disney trivia. So we've got It's a Small World and Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln are both attractions that were originally created for the blank World's Fair. With 1915, 1939, 1964, or 1965. And I think you guys should just be able to put the answer in the chat, and then we'll see what happens.
Do we get to answer too, or is it just the folks in
You
the chat?
absolutely get to answer if you want to, or you can. I mean, you probably already know this answer, but
I don't want to. I don't want to say anything just yet.
Yeah.
you guys can do whatever you want. Looks like we've got a lot of seeds.
Well, then I'm gonna eat some pie. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, perfect. They're still coming in. Should we cap it? We've got a couple for A, 1915, 20%, and then an overwhelming amount of 83% for 1964. I don't know how to make this stop. I'm gonna go ahead and cap it and say, go ahead, Ron.
I was gonna say I think we've got the plurality here.
I think we do. The correct answer is C, 1964. Not only was it It's a Small World and Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, but it was 2 others.
Are you going to make this a technical question? I'm going to say.
Yeah, it was actually the 64-65 World's Fair. So anyone who guessed D, you are actually somewhat correct. It ran in 64. Then it took a hiatus during the winter and came back in I believe the spring of 65.
Okay.
But 39 will also be important because 39 was a lot of the inspiration for everything that Walt had done before that point.
And it was the same World's Fair site, Flushing Meadows in Queens, New York.
Yeah.
And I think about 10 years ago, we did a WDWNT visit to that site as part of the 5th anniversary show.
Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was only a couple people. It was I think it was Jason, it was the last day of a weekend event. It was Jason, Tom's parents, Laurel and I, and a couple other people went. And we found something we didn't even know was there, was this whole, I think it's still there if you go visit the site. It's, just near Citi Field. There's a model of New York to scale of the whole city. And it's just this incredible thing.
Yeah, I think that's the Queens Museum.
That's cool.
And it's a great museum just to visit.
Yeah. And they have a lot of they have museum history towards the 39 and the 64 World's Fair. So it's a really, if it's still there, it's been 10 years. So.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move on to question 2. Mickey Mouse is the longtime mascot for the Walt Disney Company. Although Mickey almost had an entirely different first name and is thanks to Lillian Disney, who urged Walt to change the name. What was Mickey's original name? Was it Theodore, Mortimer, Minerva, or Michael? Oh, we have a kitty. There's a kitty sighting.
Yep, we've got Rigby.
I wonder if most of this chat is West Coast viewers. I'm going to guess that as well.
I mean,
Seeing a
Makes
lot of
sense.
bees.
people still watching is a lot more than our regular late nights. I'll say that. Unless people just fall asleep
No,
on.
this is incredible. Thank you guys for tuning in at 2:17 in the morning. We appreciate it. The tots appreciate it. And don't forget, if you want to donate, you can head over to wwnt.toys.com and make a donation for Toys for Tots, which is why we're
I think
here.
it's toys.wdwnt.com.
Thank you. This is why I have other people here with me, because I will send you to the wrong places. I'm looking and seeing a lot of bees, and that answer is correct. His name was Mortimer. Mickey's was Minerva, and Lillian urged them to have a more, I don't know, less formal
Friendly
name.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one wants Mortimer Mouse. That's why it's his enemy at the end, you know. All right, we're going to move on to question number 3. Disneyland opened to record crowds on July 17th of what year? 1955, 1971, 1960, or 1953?
I hope our audience can get this one.
I hope so. I hope so too. Do you want to say hi to the other kitty? Oh, you don't want to say hi to the other kitty. That's okay. You can be cranky.
Oh.
Ooh.
The votes are coming in. Are we going to need to audit Maricopa County?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. If we need harder questions, we'll get there. This is the starting round. That is correct. Disneyland opened July 17th, 1959 to like a massive amount of people that they were not ready for. I think the opening of Disneyland is one of my favorite stories.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to move on to question number 4. In 2016, the 6th Disney park opened to guests. Where is this park located? Hong Kong, Tokyo, Shanghai, or Paris?
We should say 6th resort.
Yes, this is true. Yes.
Yeah. Does Aulani count?
No, I'm just doing specific parks.
Resort.
Well, at that point,
resort.
Yeah, because at that point we would also have Hilton Head and Vero.
Yes. Yeah. Correct. Next question: what year was Chapek fired? The greatest year, 2022. Hallelujah. It looks like people are getting it. That's true. The answer is C, Shanghai. Haven't been there yet. I think you guys haven't. I don't know. China's a hard one to get to.
No, I think tomorrow night we're going to be talking about doing some planning for international, not stuff like that. I'm doing like a little bit of Q&A with the audience, and I had people, if anybody has any questions they want answered ahead of time, because take a little bit of work to look up these things, is just email Ron at WDWNT. One of the questions is, how would I plan the ultimate Disney trip like that Adventures by Disney ran, and what can you do it for on a budget as opposed to the $118,000 or whatever it was that they were charging? That sold out in 10 minutes anyway because it was only like 70 people.
Insanity that sold out so quick though. It is a trip of a lifetime. I get it, but
which is kind of like why I'm wondering, it's just so few people that can go on it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of why I think they're still wondering why Star Cruiser isn't doing so well, because even though it's expensive, there's just so few people.
It's hard. I would love to do Star Cruiser, but not for $5,000.
Yeah. If those discounts start hitting the general public or the TAs, I might actually start looking.
Exactly. Let's move on to our last question of the general knowledge round. So there are 5 different keys Disney cast members are trained in: safety, courtesy, show, efficiency. I had to shorten part of it just because of the oh no, what was the ending?
No, did we answer the question? The last one?
Yeah, Shanghai. I think we
okay.
I did have to shorten some of these for writing them, so I'll read all of them though. There are several different keys Disney cast members are trained in: safety, courtesy, show, efficiency. In 2020, a fifth key was added to harbor a more welcoming environment for all cast. What is the name of that key? It looks like we're getting some numbers rolling in. You would be trained in these, right, Ron? You had to do all of the cast
I did
member
the
training?
4, obviously, yeah, and
Yeah.
And they go when I don't know where inclusion fits in the order, but the order you would always obey things was the safety, courtesy, show, efficiency, and
Okay.
so those were the if something's not safe, you can't do anything else. If something's
Mhm.
not courteous, you can't do anything beyond that. That was the
Wow.
way it went. Those were the order of priorities. So I don't know
Mhm.
where inclusion fits into that. I'm guessing it's not below if it was a
It's
Chapek
not below
initiative, it's definitely
safety.
below. That might be below and fit things, but
All right. It looks like we've got 92% for inclusion, 8% for exclusion. The 92% is true. It is inclusion. It was really exciting when they added that. Nice to see that they're, kind of listening and growing with the times.
I mean,
So our next
exclusion, I think, is just sorry, you can't afford this.
that was the Chapek way, or what he wanted at least. Only the top of the top visiting. All right, our next category is going to be Disney animation through the years, so focusing on films from Disney Animation Studios. So question number 6. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was the first Disney animated feature film that opened in what year? 1932, 1937, 1950, or 1945? Old is the answer. It's old. I'll give you that.
yeah,
Like none of us were alive old.
maybe Jason.
Maybe. He is the old man.
I think there's a photo of Jason Diffendahl celebrating New Year's Eve 1939 at the Overlook Hotel in Colorado.
It's true. He is Jack Nicholson. Confirmed. Ooh, I like that you guys don't know this one. We're seeing things. Oh, well, it's changing now.
Yeah,
There was. Go ahead.
I've seen the chat or the responses move to very different from what I see in the chat going at the same time. So I wonder if it's just doing some random stuff at the beginning to make sure people do things, but it might also be people's actual typing might be affecting it as opposed to just the answers.
Oh, that's true. That is a good point. Yeah, we'll have to actually dig into how this works. I just know that Jake was like, we can do polls, and I was like, oh, I'm doing trivia. But the correct answer is 1937B. First movie, he won like a ton of Oscars, or it was Oscars, right? Those are the film ones.
Yes, he got the special achievement of the 1 big and 7 little. I believe it was around, I forget the exact date, and if anybody wants to check the archives of this channel, I did a whole feature-length documentary as part of the defunct Drawn from the Vault series on Snow White. I got through, I did Snow White, Pinocchio, and Fantasia. I would have loved to have continued the series, except it was basically a full-time job to write and edit those.
Yeah.
But I believe the wide release was actually still 38. It came out in 37 and it really didn't hit till 38. But it was, a hugely expensive film at the time and one of the most profitable films of ever at that point. So that's how
maybe
they built
check
the
out
Burbank.
Walt Disney Presents and Hollywood Studios. They've got some cool background stuff for it too there.
And it was not the first feature-length animated film. Let's just be very clear on that one, despite what the company says.
Yeah, revisionist history a little bit, but that's okay. We'll move on to question number 7. Which of these movies was Walt Disney Animation Studios' 5th film? Dumbo, Fantasia, Bambi, or Cinderella? So you're going to have to know your years and know your movies I gotta tell you, I didn't know this without having to look it up.
Even though I'm even having a problem with this one because a lot of these were in production at the same time, and I can't
Yes.
remember. And I think I know which one came out first, but I can't quite remember.
Matt, do you think you know?
I'm not entirely sure. Admittedly, animation is not my strongest suit. That would be the parks.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think. Dumbo was 40. Fantasia was 41. Cinderella was like 50, I think. Bambi, I don't remember the year.
I'm about 75% on what I think it is, so.
Okay. Let's go ahead and roll the well, are people still guessing? Are people still guessing? People are still guessing. We'll give them a second. Check and see if we have any donations. Nothing. If you want to donate, please feel free. Remember, we prefer that over super chats, but we'll take anything.
Yeah.
It's all for the tots, guys. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say the actual.
I'm 75% sure it's Bambi, and Dumbo came out first.
You are correct. It is Bambi.
So what year was Bambi?
Oh well.
42? 43. It might have come out during the war, but it started before. Dumbo and Bambi were kind of coming at the same time. Dumbo got put out first because it was shorter and cheaper, I believe. Fantasia was Snow White, Pinocchio, Fantasia, Dumbo, Bambi. Then you get the package films, and then I think Cinderella was the comeback.
Okay. Question number 8. This film opened in 2000 with a primary cast of David Spade, John Goodman, Eartha Kitt, Patrick Warburton, and Wendy Malick. Name that movie. Brother Bear, Atlantis, The Lost Empire, Treasure Planet, or The Emperor's New Groove. This is arguably my favorite Disney movie. I watch this a ridiculous amount of times a year.
Yeah, I would say it might be one of my favorites. It's by far not the best. Like that's a two different categories.
It's not the best, but it is my favorite.
It comes off like a Looney Tunes film to me more than anything else. Like it's more that style. But because it's because of these actors, like Spade and Goodman just being at like, I kind of wonder if it was originally supposed to be Spade and Farley, like as the voices, because I could see that.
Yeah.
Because it's got that kind of chemistry to it.
I know Chris Farley was in the preliminary, actually recorded some sessions for Shrek.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. I mean, very early stuff. He died not long after.
Yeah.
But originally Chris Farley was supposed to be the voice of Shrek.
And you guys are correct. The answer is D, The Emperor's New Groove. I just love that movie so much. Everything about it's funny. It's funny.
That was my main Iger meme of Kuzco just kicking the door. I'm back, baby.
Yes, perfect. Question number 9. American songwriter Lin-Manuel Miranda is best known for his work on Broadway's Hamilton and In the Heights, but he also wrote music for which Disney animated film? Frozen 2, Encanto, Raya and the Last Dragon, or Princess and the Frog?
Well, which of these movies? Because
I
think he also wrote for another movie, which is not listed
here.
Yet.
Yep.
And honestly, I feel like Vivo could have been a Disney film. I think that's a really good, high quality. It's a Netflix one. If anybody's seen it, about a Kinkajou. My daughter loves it. So it's about a Kinkajou who's a performing with a busker in Havana, and he's gets the opportunity to come to the U.S. The busker's old partner is now basically Gloria Estefan and holding a concert and wants to get her old partner to come to the U.S. for her big show, and it's a really cute and it's a really good music. You could hear it's Lin-Manuel Miranda music though. It's nope, it sounds like a monkey singing Hamilton. I know a Kinkajou's not a monkey, but the animation makes it look more like a monkey.
And the answer is, of course, B, Encanto. One of the latest movies to come out. Really good. Like, shockingly, like, it surprised me how much I liked that movie. Everything about it is great. The animation, the music, the story, it's fun.
It's one of those ones, and this is something that happens, I found out when you have a kid, is you will see an entire movie 30 times without seeing the movie from beginning to end. I have seen all of Encanto, I have seen all of Turning Red innumerable times, but never in one chunk at a time.
It's funny, and like, think about like the movies you used to do that as a kid. Like, how many movies, Disney movies did your parents watch, and now you're doing it with your child. It's kind of a fun little, yeah. Question number 10, releasing next year, this movie will celebrate the 100th anniversary of Disney, with the premise exploring how the iconic wishing star came to be. What is the title of that film? Magic, Once Upon a Star, Dream Up, or Wish? We got a sneak peek of this at D23 this year. Just a little bit, but enough to know that I love the goat and all of the art that I've seen, and I need a plush of him, like now. I need the goat.
Alan Tudyk being the voice.
Gonna be great. Looks like we got some people guessing. I'm excited for this one. I was talking with Rob about it, and he said that while he was at the panel, someone came out and sang like one of the iconic songs from it, and he said that he got chills and that it was phenomenal. And he said that's only ever happened before when Idina Menzel came out and did Let It Go. So hopefully this is a good one. Looks like we are starting to get to the answer. We're between Magic, Once Upon a Star, and Wish. I'm going to go ahead and just say the right answer is D, Wish. Yeah, about the.
I do like the name. I think Once Upon a Star would be
a better name, yeah. And
I was writing fake answers, and I was like, this sounds cute. Thank you guys. I Disney, you can hire me. I'm available. Just call me.
It probably is a title to something else, though.
Oh, for sure. So now we're gonna move into Pixar Roundup. So these are all gonna be, that was all Disney animation. Now we're gonna go into the Pixar realm. So question number 11, Toy Story, the first Pixar film released on November 22nd of what year? 95, 99, 90, or 92? If anyone knows me, it was the year before I was born. I was not alive when Toy Story was created.
I did one of those things where like on a day off from school, I was in high school, and kids don't do this. We were used to go to buy one ticket to a multiplex movie like at noon, and then keep going, like sneaking into other movies throughout the day. Toy Story was my second film of the day. I believe the first one, and I wonder if this will help anybody figure out what year this is, but I doubt it was Johnny Mnemonic.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
It's a bad Keanu Reeves movie where you get where his brain like stores, like he's a computer in his brain where he stores data.
Okay.
Basically, the gritty version of the computer wore tennis shoes.
Oh, I had to watch that. Rob made me watch that movie for Deep in the Plus. I struggled through it, and we talked about it for like an hour. God, that movie is terrible.
Oh, come on. I mean...
Oh, the Dexter Riley movies are fun.
All of the Midvale, what's the other one? Middleton, whatever the two call it. Medfield and Midvale, or whatever the two... No, like, because the Monkey's Uncle ones, it's a different name than the Dexter Riley. Like, it's similar, or am
I know Medfield is the Dexter Riley and the Flubber movies.
Okay. Oh. And I think there was another one that was a similar name for the Monkey's Uncle movies. Or who the other one that was tied to that. But
I know the tie-in to Journey into Imagination, and that was the one thing that I got out of that, and it was because Rob told me. And I was like, can we please watch The Haunted Mansion next time? And we did.
They are definitely a product of the 70s, I will say that.
Yes. They're very sweaty in that movie. All of the actors are very sweaty.
I will say I am finding like the era between Walt's passing and like the beginning of the Eisner era, I find that fascinating to look at, because that was the point where Disney would just try anything.
Well, that's the thing that I was reading when I was, it was a book that, because there's the Disney War book that's the transition from Eisner to Iger, and I'm sure we're about to get a sequel over these last 2 years of stuff. But there's another one. It's like Barbarians at the Magic Kingdom or something that goes over bringing Eisner in, and they talk about this era with like Walker and Miller and all those guys.
Is that Storming the Magic Kingdom?
Storming the Magic Kingdom, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a very hard book to find. You could find some used copies for like $10 on Amazon usually.
I found it at a bookshop for $2.50.
Yeah, I took it out from the library and then eventually bought a copy. But one of the things they talk about is they were very much into the what would Walt do? And it wasn't like, what would Walt do now? They were just repeating the kinds of stuff Walt had done up to 65. So if it was the kind of movie that Walt had greenlit, like something like, that's why you kept seeing more Herbie movies, because I think Walt did the original greenlighting for that. They're like, well, Walt did that, we're going to keep doing that. And it was like a stagnation for the company, because it was stuck in that this is a 60s era family film. We need to move forward.
And at the same time, they're doing a lot of technological revolutions. It blows my mind that the Apple Dumpling Gang Rides Again came out the same year as The Black Hole. Two very different... They really shouldn't be made by the same studio.
No. Very different.
Everybody wanted to do their Star Wars. It really was.
True.
That was it. And I think The Black Hole is a little maligned. I don't think it's a great film. I think you could redo it as a good film. But it's dark. Very dark for a Disney film. But it actually feels more than Star Wars to me. It feels, and I think there's a similar plot to one of the most famous, like, Tom Baker era Who serials. It really feels like a Doctor Who episode to me more than anything else. Because there is a one where he goes on some spaceship where you find they're like cloning people or turning them into robots or something like that. And that's reminds me a lot of the Black Hole plot.
All right.
Oh, so we should probably,
we're going to get back
to it. And they are right.
And they are right. It is 1995. I was born in 1996. Toy Story is 1 year older than me.
I am old because I remember that's the first film I remember seeing in the theaters.
Oh, mine was Finding Nemo. That's what I remember.
Fox and the Hound.
Oh,
was my first.
Oh,
that's the first I know I went to. The first I really remember like being like, wow, was Return of the Jedi.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, no, Toy Story is the first one I remember. I'm fairly certain I was taken to see The Lion King when it came out.
Oh.
I don't recall. But yeah, Toy Story I vividly remember.
Yeah. We're going to move on to question number 12. Jack Bright and Raymond Ocha voiced Spot Arlo in which Pixar film? Luca, Inside Out, The Good Dinosaur, or Brave?
Ooh. I could get this by the character.
Oh, when we get the answer to this one, I may go off because
that's okay.
I have some feelings about this movie.
If you had
and they may not be what you expect them to be.
I haven't seen this movie. Spoiler alert. It's one of the few I haven't seen. It is on my list. I just keep watching Tangled and like The Emperor's New Groove over and over, and it just doesn't make room for other movies that I haven't seen.
So years ago, like when I was going back for I know you guys were talking about like how long your longest hiatus from the parks were when you were talking to Patrick.
Yes.
So when I moved to Boston in '05, I did not get back to the parks till 2011. And, this is after having worked in the parks and had annual passes for like almost 10 years before that. And before that, like I made the point of watching every animated film again before, like building up going.
That's cool. WW News today. Arlo is a newest member of our team. Very excited to have him, and he'll be on Around the Hub tomorrow, so you'll be able to watch him make his debut there. It looks like we're getting some answers in. That is correct. The answer is C, The Good Dinosaur. Haven't seen it. I don't know if it's good.
Oh, okay. Now it's yeah. I'm gonna go off, and not for the reason you think. I think that this film does not deserve the hate it gets.
Does it get hate?
This is a solid.
Is it a hated
oh
movie?
yeah. It's
I
generally brought up in the conversation of the worst Pixar films. Ever.
Look, I will say it might be one of the worst Pixar films, but a bad Pixar film is still like a C plus B minus film in my opinion. They're like
true.
Still decent movies.
This is a solid film. It is a dinosaur John Ford Western. If you were influenced by The Great Movie Ride and actually sought out the movies they represented in there, there is a direct line from The Searchers to The Good Dinosaur.
Oh.
Just those stunning vistas, that really personal drama. I think that this film deserves more respect.
Okay.
So I am a Good Dinosaur defender.
Tomorrow night, Rob is doing Deep in the Plus Pixar ranked, so I guess we'll see where he lands on their list. Hopefully they give him some respect.
We did one during the COVID marathon. I can't remember. It was near the bottom. I think it was just above like Cars 2 or something like that. It was like where we ended up placing it.
Oof.
But I think there was a big gap between them, and I think a lot of people's opinion. It's a good movie, but it's not a good Pixar movie. I think that's the way to say it. Okay. I think Pixar until I think. I mean, not that I think any of them have been bad, but I think Disney as Disney animation's gone up a little bit, like in the last 5-10 years.
5 years.
Pixar's kind of been a little more uneven.
I agree.
As I said, I don't think any of them are particularly bad. Like, I think there's some, real bad films the company's made, and these are not, the Pixar ones are not any of them.
No. Question number 13. Trent Reznor, lead vocalist of rock band Nine Inch Nails, co-created the score with Atticus Ross for which Pixar film? Turning Red, Lightyear, Monsters University, or Soul? I was so happy when this news came out. I'm a big rock fan. Gotta love Nine Inch Nails. Was very excited for this news when this came out.
As much as I've been a fan of his, I'm a huge Nails fan. I've seen them 6 times, I think. Downward Spiral is one of my, and The Fragile are 2 of my absolute favorite albums of all time. And I kind of have a Disney related story for The Fragile in a second. But I think his stuff with Atticus Ross has been good, but I want a real Nine Inch Nails style score to a film.
I agree.
They use he's done a few instrumentals. If you listen to Ghosts, it would be a perfect score for some films. But they use Just Like You Imagine from The Fragile in a lot of stuff. I think it gets really associated with the 300 because I think they used it for the trailer and that. But I think that was but so my Nine Inch Nails kind of Disney story is I used to go to a lot of the Virgin Megastore midnight releases for albums.
In Disney Springs or downtown Disney back in the day.
Yeah, Disney, at the West Side, and I was there it came out the same night as a double. It was a double album, and it came because we were the 2 big double albums are coming out. There was a Tori Amos album out the same night at midnight, and I'm just chilling back. I'm like, I don't care if I get it at 12 or 12:01. I just want to get it and listen to it on the way home. So I'm just casually walking. They would put out the records or the CDs early, and then they would just pull the sheet off at midnight. And
Oh,
so I'm just waiting back to get that. And as they pull the sheet off, like I just start casually walking up. Some woman holding like a baby in one of those carrier things swings the baby at me to like knock me out of the way. So I grab that
what?
Tory album first.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and it just really that always stuck with me as a very weird moment.
That's wild. Let me use my baby as a weapon real quick. I mean, to be fair, I guess we're doing that these days in Disney too with all the fighting going on. But come on.
Don't give anybody ideas, Ron.
That's true. The next Epcot fight, they're going to be like wielding children.
I saw it on WDW News today.
I mean,
After they chug their beer in 30 seconds.
I would just sick Andy on somebody because I think she could take a couple grown adults at this point already. That strong.
Good for her. She's going to
I'm gonna
defend
grab
herself.
a glass of water. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So the
In the
answer
meantime,
is Soul. Really, yeah, I was super excited. I don't know if you can really tell that it has a Nine Inch Nails influence, just because it is so jazzy, but I think they did a great job. Question number 14. Toy Story, arguably the most popular Pixar franchise, has 4 movies, a slew of TV shows, and even a spin-off movie, Lightyear, that released this year. In 2013, a 22-minute Toy Story Halloween-themed television special was released, titled what? Toy Story The Time Forgot, Toy Story of Terror, Toy Story Will Tell Me a Scary Story, or Toy Story of Horror? I love this short. This is an annual one for me. I watch annual shorts, throughout like the holiday season. So this one's always a big one for me. The Christmas one, all of the prep and landings during the Christmas season. Love those.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't do more with those. Like, I would have expected at some point
No.
a prep and landing movie.
Especially since they are featured so heavily in Hollywood studios, because they're part of the show that they do on the theater. So like I was really hoping that they would get more, but they kind of petered off. I still watch them though. I
Jingle
love
bell,
them.
jingle bam.
Exactly. I quote that so frequently. But the Toy Story
Mm.
shorts I think are really good too. They're really cute. They're fun. Oh my gosh, everyone knows this. So yes, the correct answer is B, Toy Story of
I have not even
Terror.
seen the results yet. Did
Oh,
we?
I think it might just be bugging out because I'm looking in chat and everyone's saying B, so it looks like it's just not
Okay.
doing the thingy.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I guess that we were not awarding points or anything.
no. I think if we do this again, though, it would be fun to do prizes and stuff, but we'd have to figure out how to make the system actually
Ooh.
work. But I think that could be cool. This is like our trial year, right? Like we figure it out, we see if it works. That's why it's on late at night.
Yeah, someone was
And then
asking who we had to piss off to get the 2 a.m. slot.
I volunteered. I think that, I don't think it's a bad slot and we need content. And I think this is fun. Just
The
get to hang out
overnight
with my
hours are where it
friends.
honestly gets the most fun. Like during the day, shows you know and love, but at
Mm-hmm.
night we get this free
We get
reign.
wild. Yeah.
Yeah, we've done some
Yeah.
wild stuff in the past. I mean, that's where
Absolutely.
the RPG was born. That's
Exactly.
we did an improv show at one
Yeah.
point. We did a live improv show. It's just
I want
so
to. I'm gonna real
yes.
quick shout out Clifford Scotta. Sorry if I butchered your last name. Who donated $10. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, and so
Thank
do the Tom.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna
Thank
go
you.
to our next question. This is like a really good one, I think. As of today, there are blank released Pixar films. So how many Pixar films are there released today? 16, 30, 26, or 22?
Ooh.
And also a big thanks to Jake, who is holding it down in the studio and making all of this work, because he needs sleep. And instead of letting him sleep, I was like, run trivia for me! Be awake, active at your computer instead of napping on the couch. And he was just like, okay, cool, whatever. So, thanks, Jake.
Thank you, Jake.
Do you guys know how many Pixar films there are? Do you think you could count them out?
I could write them down.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not even in order, but
Mm-hmm.
I've lost count because they used to be like every other year. That's what I'm trying to figure out when they became like yearly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm agreeing. Like the chat's got my main answer right now. So
okay, I think I could count out. Like I would start out by franchises, and then I would work on the one-offs because, like, your Cars, your Toy Story, like you can kind of work through those. But then I feel like I would probably forget one. Probably like The Good Dinosaur. Sorry. Ooh, there are some people that say they don't know. Yay! We're stumping them. We're doing it.
I remember when like The Lion King they were promoting it in theaters. It's like Disney's 30-second feature film. I'm like, 30 seconds? That's not very long. The trailer's longer than that.
You watch the whole movie. Done. Timon and Pumbaa, someone dies, it's over. I think that we're split on this, so I'm going to go ahead and say the correct answer. It is C, 26. I was going to say that it was how old I am, but I didn't want people to do the math since they knew from the other one that I was a year older than 95. But yeah, I'm the same age as however many Pixar films there are.
Yes, there are 30 movies from another Disney-connected studio. But I don't know if that comes up later or not. Don't want to give anything away.
That is fair. Yeah, I've been trying to not use give off hints because I don't remember what I wrote. I wrote this like I was sleep deprived, I was tired, I was working on Festival of the Holidays. Who knows what I did to this?
Yeah, I'm surprised that either of us are still standing at this point. We have been hauling.
You're at war today.
Hauling booty to get the Festival of the Holidays stuff prepped and ready for today, and it came off beautifully.
It did. So if you want to read that content,
not being involved in that anymore.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
That is absolutely fair.
Yeah.
It is not for the faint of heart, especially Festival of the Holidays because they give you the least amount of lead time for that.
Yeah, and it's the same day as
it's like, we're not telling you anything until Food and Wine is closed. Yeah. And this year, like, okay, it's closing Monday. We'll put it out Thursday.
Exactly.
And you guys could probably blame me because that whole coverage started from my old spreadsheets, didn't it?
Yes, it absolutely did. Yep. All right, so we're going to move into our next round of questions, which I have titled All About the Princesses. So this is all Disney princess themed, something that I aspire to be every day in my life. One day it will happen. Question number 16. While some could argue how many actual Disney princesses there is a general consensus that 2 are removed from the official lineup. Which 2 are they? Tinkerbell and Anna, Anna and Elsa, Merida and Tiana, Tinkerbell and Esmeralda.
I have my own theory.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to influence the chat or not.
That's fair.
I can't say I know the answer for sure, but I have.
Okay.
I have a theory.
Okay.
Well, my theory.
Maybe before we reveal the answer, I can give my
Oh, logic. Absolutely. Yes. Talk it out. I'm seeing a lot of D's in chat. Looks like an overwhelming amount of D's. All right. You want to give your theory, Matt?
I happen to agree with the crowd at this point. I think it might be Tinkerbell and Esmeralda because those are the only two listed here that are not connected to royalty in any way. I know Merida and Tiana are still part of the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Anna and Elsa, it's complicated because if you know Frozen 2, Elsa abdicates the throne and Anna is no longer a princess but a queen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why
that would mean Elsa goes back to being a princess?
Mm-hmm.
I don't quite know what the...
I don't know how royal lineage works in that case. If you would, like, remove yourself from
those
the
are
throne.
the only two without any possible lead. Esmeralda...
Yeah. I think it was
you never see royalty in either of those films.
When I used to play Disney Sum, there was a thing like use a princess emoji to do something, and Elsa never counted, and they actually had a little splash that says Elsa doesn't count as a princess because she is the queen of Arendelle.
That's fair. Well, I will say the correct answer, at least from the internet, is Tinkerbell and Esmeralda. I couldn't get definitive reasons on why Esmeralda was removed. It was just that the Disney company came out and said she is no longer a princess. Tinkerbell, they had a little bit more of an explanation for it, and it was because she got her own Pixie Hollow series. And I think that they were trying to start that up. So they're like, she's not a princess. She's going to go do her own thing in Pixie Hollow, which I think is really dumb for Tinkerbell.
But also, she's not related to royalty.
She's
Unless
not.
That's Pixie Hollow canon. I know nothing of that.
No,
I know Peter Pan.
Outcast in those, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. I like Sean's comment. Royal lineage is complicated. Amen. That's why we're not in Britain. Question. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to go with B on that one still because
that's fair.
But yeah, but they also got rid of the princess moniker. Now it's the heroines, right? Is that technical?
No, I think they still have princesses.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they still call them princesses.
I guess, yeah. It's so hard. It's like I looked up.
You think Disney would abandon that brand?
I guess that's fair, yeah. Moving on to question number 17. So this is a quote. The quote is, "When I am queen, I will have the power to get rid of you." And that is a quote from which princess? Ariel, Jasmine, Pocahontas, or Merida?
Ooh, I'm trying to think who would have that sassiness.
I think I know this one.
Who is sassy? I mean, they're all kind of sassy in their own way.
If this is what I think it was, like my daughter watched it earlier today and then gave us a whole recap of the movie on the drive home from my.
That is really cute.
The Man in the Hat was mean. Was part of her recap.
Yes, that's incredible. So does she have a favorite Disney movie, or does she like to kind of just pick random ones?
I mean, depends on the time. Like, it rotates. So it's at that time. Like, right now, she is obsessed with Jasmine, and that's what Santa's bringing is some Jasmine stuff for her because we have almost every other princess outfit already on the rack of her dress-up box, and she wanted Jasmine, which I wasn't exactly like the old Jasmine outfit. She would never have gotten, but the newer ones are a little. But she will just go, "I want to be Tinkerbell." We put the Tinkerbell dress on. 10 minutes later, "I want to be Cinderella." Is how she says it.
That's so cute.
But I think Anna and Elsa are still, and Ariel are her overall favorites. But right now, it's Jasmine.
Okay. I love Jasmine. I think she's great. I think my favorite right now is Rapunzel. For Not So Scary, we dressed up as Rapunzel and Flynn Rider and took pictures in the Tangled area. And I was like, this is like bucket list right now. Like, this is everything that I want. And everyone in the chat is correct. It is Jasmine says that. And she was speaking to Jafar when she said that. She wanted to get rid of him because he is not a nice man.
Yeah, that's Andy was very much like he was mean to Aladdin and took his gold thingy.
He took the gold thingy. We just need her to write down descriptions on movies and then just guess what they are. That would be amazing.
I thought this should be a whole I should just make a YouTube channel of show my daughter a movie and then have her describe it back to me, which I think other people have done, but
so cute. Question number 18. This has some ties to the parks. The castles in Walt Disney World and Tokyo Disneyland are based on which princess? Cinderella, Aurora, all of the princesses, or Ariel?
I want to see if there's a split vote on this, because this is a Disney Parks crowd.
It is.
Like,
I will say the one in Tokyo way better than the one in Florida, especially because theirs isn't painted. That's now my go-to pictures for the castle, because I don't like my castle sunburnt, and I will stand by that.
But the iridescence! The iridescence!
No.
Every year when there's like the light, when they get the picture of the light dusting of snow it gets in Tokyo, and people like, look at Disney World! It's like, no, come on, guys.
It's not pink.
Paris is the best castle.
Oh, I just cannot wait until I see that in person one day. Oh gosh. I'm hoping 2024. We said next year we're gonna go to Disneyland in California, and just kind of stay domestic. But I think 24 we're gonna go out to Europe, and Paris is number 1 on the list. I just want to see the dragon. I have to meet him.
The dragon is cool.
Yeah.
The park is beautiful, and some of the ride, like, because they're the final versions of it, like, their Pirates is amazing.
Yeah.
Their Thunder, they have the best Thunder. And it could be argued they have the best mansion, but it's so different, I don't count it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's like, people make the argument of which is the best mountain, Space Mountain in Disney World. They're so different. They're like Disney World Space Mountain, I'm going to compare much more to the Matterhorn than like Disneyland's.
Oh, sure. That's fair. And everyone is correct. The answer is A. Our Disney Parks fans have showed up at his Cinderella Castle. Cinderella specifically, not Cinderella's, or you will get angry messages from Tom. Don't put the apostrophe S on it. Question number 19. Which is a song that Tiana sings in Princess and the Frog? Friends on the Other Side, I've Got a Dream, Almost There, or Part of Your World? Let's see if people know their Disney princess songs.
She sings Tomorrow's Child.
And soon we'll be getting maybe, I think they said an original song for the Splash Mountain ride, right? I think that's what they said. Maybe I'm making that up.
I believe you mean Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
Yeah, you know. I just, yeah.
Is Randy Newman alive?
I swear, if the construction malls don't say almost there,
oh,
then
that would
what's
be
the
really
point of having
cute.
them?
That would be really cute.
Well, after Tron, do they want to actually say almost on anything? Because that might be... Don't,
Tron, Light Cycle Run, don't
Tron.
Rush us.
We're taking our time.
We have to download it on a 1982 computer.
Look, we hired one guy to do everything.
Cement, building, coding, painting. It is the guy. He is Tron. It looks like, all right, we've got a good consensus here. That is correct. C is the answer. Almost there. Anika Noni Rose, the voice actor for Tiana. Beautiful voice. Good songs in that movie. And our last question for the Disney Princess round. Question 20. Frozen, released in 2013, is based on a Hans Christian Andersen title entitled Frozen, Frost Witch, The Most Incredible Thing, or The Snow Queen. A lot of the classic Disney movies actually came from a lot of Hans Christian Andersen stuff. Little Mermaid.
And Disney Parks related. This was one of the pitched rides for dark rides for Disney World that didn't quite make it, that they put in Mr. Toad instead. Because Mr. Toad, at one point, we're talking about being one of two dark rides or two separate dark rides with the two tracks. Mm-hmm. This was one of them.
Wow. How different. Like, that Frozen might have even, like, not have happened if they had done that, I guess. You know?
I mean, I think I remember them, they've been trying to do for years. Like, I think it was the Rapunzel and Snow Queen movies have been in works for years, and they just never got the story right.
Okay.
I mean, this goes back to Walt, like, trying to do this movie.
Oh, wow.
Because Hans Christian Andersen stuff is dark.
Old.
Like,
it's old and it's dark.
But, like, everybody, like, Ariel's ending would not be quite so happy. She turned, like, guys, she just dissolves into sea foam. It's kind of a...
Really?
I believe, yeah. I think that's how the book ends, like, the original book ends. No happy ending. It's still better than Little Match Girl.
Yeah. That one I do. Yeah, that one's sad. Hans was channeling some, like, Edgar Allan Poe, I guess, when he was writing these fairy tales for the dark. But yes, the answer is correct. Number D, or letter D, the Snow Queen. And that's exactly what Elsa is. She is the Snow Queen, so
yeah,
it fits.
I don't remember if
until she abdicates, as was previously.
Until she abdicates the throne.
It was that, I believe that and a Sleepy Hollow ride were both considered for that space for Mr. Toad, and maybe both at the same time. And it might have been, I don't know if it was they didn't want to do it, or if it was let's just do something cheaper that we've already done again because we're rushing to build this place. So that's how that was supposed to be. I mean, Sleepy Hollow might have been a Liberty Square pitch, but those were both pitches for original dark rides for World.
Okay. Interesting. So we're going to move on to our next round, which is finish the quote. So we'll give you a character and a quote that they say, and you have to kind of fill in the blank. So question number 21, I've got a jar of blank. Jack Sparrow said this. A jar of dirt, a jar of blood, Davy Jones's heart, or water. I had to get pirates in there because I absolutely love pirates. I remember in the hotel room at Disney World, I feel like every time I go and visit and would turn on the TV, it was either Stacy or it was Pirates of the Caribbean. And that was all I ever watched when I was in the parks.
I have still not I don't think I've rewatched 2 and 3 in a long, long time.
I mean, the first is the best, for sure.
It's so
I think I rewatched them when the last one came out.
It'll be interesting to see with all this Johnny Depp trials stuff over, like, what happens with the franchise now. I would love to see them bring him back.
I mean, those movies were not... The fourth and fifth ones were not nearly as popular as the first.
They weren't.
As the first trilogy. I don't quite know if they're necessarily going to go back to that storyline. At least not right away.
The, like, Flying Dutchman stuff, you mean, with Will?
I mean, those characters.
I got you.
I mean, Jungle Cruise tried to be the spiritual successor to it, and
it did.
Worked to a certain extent. But didn't they just say the Margot Robbie reboot of Pirates was dead? Yeah.
Yeah.
Although who knows?
On WDWNT.
Was that before or after the Bob switch?
I believe that was before the Bob switch, so who knows?
So that might not be that might be uncanceled.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that Iger can go in there and kind of work his magic. But yes, it looks like chat has it right. The answer is jar of dirt. Jack Sparrow, of course, has jar of dirt. Keeps it around. I forget what it was. It was his land. That way Davy Jones couldn't get to him, right? That was the thing. You had to carry land with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Question number 22. Miguel says in Coco, music tore her family apart. Blank brought them together. Dancing, food, shoes, or death? I did not remember this at all. I've only seen Coco once, though, and I remember bawling in the theater, like uncomfortably crying, and people being like, is she okay? During that movie. And I haven't watched it since because I'm afraid of having the same repeat.
Like, if we're having the argument that, like, if people say Good Dinosaur is arguably the worst, Coco is arguably the best. Like,
oh, absolutely.
It might not have the nostalgia of some of the originals, but like, it's just so good straight through.
So I'll ask a question. Do you guys want to see Coco come to the Mexico Pavilion?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
Not if it's done cheap. Like, obviously that was part of the thing. Like, I wouldn't mind it, but I think it has to be done right.
Yeah.
I think it has to teach people about Mexico, not just, hey, this is a story that takes place in Mexico.
That's
but
fair.
I think they could deal with the culture a little bit. But
I mean, yeah, but like, not where I think Grand Fiesta Tour succeeds is that it's them palling around in the real Mexico,
and I think
you get to see all these aspects of the country.
If you want to add some stuff to the Day of the Dead scene, like, I think that would go over very well, and very cheaply.
I like how they have the ofrenda in, like, when you first walk into the pavilion and, like, those little windows. I think that's nice. They've got, like, little factoids there, so at least they've got that.
Well, didn't they say that they were going to put Coco in with that Beyond Thunder Mountain expansion to Magic Kingdom?
Oh my God, you're right. I forgot about that.
Coco and Kanto and villains.
I blocked that out because I don't trust.
Yeah, no, a lot of us did. A lot of us did.
And
we're really excited about Dino Land. We were like, oh, go to hell.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up happening.
Going to do that Latin America land behind there with Coco and Encanto. Like, where is Emperor's New Groove? Throw that in there, just a little something, please.
And just a poncho meet and greet, something. Let me buy his poncho. God.
A llama farm. Just put it in a llama farm.
Llama farm. Llama face. It looks like I stumped you guys. The answer is C. Shoes brought them together. The family and Coco were shoemakers. Question number 23. Prepare to meet Mr. Blank Blank from Mr. Potato Head. Mr. Grumpy Face, Mr. Sad Mouth, Mr. Small Arms, or Mr. Angry Eyes?
Oh, I remember the setup to this.
Who voiced him again?
Oh.
I forget the name.
Don Rickles.
Don Rickles, that's right, yeah.
And Mrs. Potato Head was Estelle Harris, I think?
Estelle Harris, yeah. Mm-hmm. That one I knew.
I'm going to pull one of these random cards from this is an old Disney trivia game.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask these guys some questions while we wait for your answers. Let's see how that works.
Oh,
let's see if you guys can you two clear a whole card.
Oh,
in
man.
Bambi, what kind of animal is Flower?
Skunk.
Skunk, yeah.
Right.
Skunk.
Okay, I don't know if anybody's going to get this, because this includes, like, apparently I did not realize this included, like, Hollywood Pictures, Touchstone, and Miramax stuff, because this is, like, a late 90s thing. What subject does Luann Johnson teach in the Hollywood Pictures film Dangerous Minds? Calculus, English, or biology?
I think it's
Matt, come on, help.
I think it's English.
It's English, yeah.
Oh, thank God.
What song is the first song to be heard in a Disney cartoon? Turkey in the Straw, Steamboat Bill, or Shortened Bread?
Okay, so Steamboat Willie was like the third one, right?
I think it
But they
might be
made-
Steamboat Bill.
Is it? I don't know.
Because I don't think it starts with Turkey in the Straw. I mean, I think it ends with Turkey in the Straw. But I think it starts with Steamboat Bill.
I'll go with you. We'll go
Steamboat
Steamboat
Bill.
Bill.
Okay, and this was an at the time question again. Who was
Okay.
the only U.S. president not to have visited a Disney theme park since the opening of Disneyland? Johnson, Ford, Carter, or Clinton?
Okay, so we can discuss this.
I'm gonna
Matt.
guess
I think
Ford.
it's Carter. Oh, Ford, really?
I'm going to guess Ford because he didn't really have that much time in office to go.
Oh,
It doesn't say they had to go during their presidency.
Oh, during their presidency.
Oh.
It doesn't say it has to be. Because don't forget, I don't
okay,
think.
so what were the
I guess
four
actually-
again? It was Johnson,
Ford, Carter, or
Ford,
Clinton.
Carter, Clinton. Ooh, Lyndon Johnson.
Clinton definitely.
I mean,
was.
I can be a wise ass because you didn't give the first names and say Andrew Johnson because Disney parks did not exist in his lifetime.
I'm gonna go Carter. I'm going Carter.
It is. All right. I'm waiting for if Matthew's gonna
Yeah.
answer.
I'm gonna stick with Ford. What the hell?
Okay.
It was Lyndon Johnson.
Lyndon
Wah, wah.
Johnson.
I mean, like Nixon would seem like the obvious answer, except we know like two major Nixon incidents at Disney parks. So.
Yeah.
He went while he was in office.
He went while he was in office, and he was also kidnapped by Bob Gurr.
For the monorail.
Yeah.
Yep. Such a great story.
All right.
Just kidnapping a president.
All right, here's a one. The NBC television series Saved by the Bell actually started as a series on the Disney Channel. What was the name of that series?
Hi, Ashley. Welcome to trivia.
Hi.
I mean, that's
It's
not
so
the
good to
correct
see
answer,
you.
but yes. I do know this one. Saved by it was originally a Disney Channel show called Good Morning Miss Bliss, starring Haley Mills.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen this show, but I know that bit of trivia.
Wow.
And if you buy the box set, it actually of just Saved by the Bell, it definitely has it like labeled kind of weird.
Okay.
Huh.
We're learning things.
So I think we got our count. I think the votes are in on Prepare to Meet Mr. Blank Blank.
Absolutely. They're preparing to meet Mr. Angry Eyes because Mr. Potato
Oh,
Head
yeah,
changed his
I
hair.
remember that.
Yep. Question number 24. Merida says in Brave, I didn't ask to change you into a blank. I just wanted you to change. A wisp, a bear, a fish, or a bird. And I'll even give you a hint and say that she was talking to her mother when she says this.
How well do you know the plot of the movie?
I've seen
guys wanna
this
try that?
one once, I think.
Oh, do you want to
Yeah,
keep going?
Do you guys want to try that again with another card?
Yeah.
Yes, and now that we have Ashley here.
Do you guys want from the adult section or the kids section this time?
Ooh, it's
No, I
nighttime.
want
Let's
the
do the
adult.
adult session.
No,
Right.
no.
Well, that was an adult card, just so you know. The last one.
We're not talking. Okay, this never
No,
mind.
it's not like it's just how easy. Like, the kids' cards have like a character, and all the questions
Oh,
are about.
That's the
the
same
character.
game that I was talking about earlier.
Yep, wonderful World of Disney Trivia. I think I still have that on the shelf somewhere.
We do. It's downstairs.
In the animated feature 101 Dalmatians, what do happy dogs eat?
Canine Crunchies, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right,
That's
yeah.
it.
Canine Crunchies.
In The Rocketeer, To which club do Jennifer and Neville Sinclair go on a date? I'm not going to give the choices in this one because I think it's a little too obvious if I do.
Oh, I never
It's
saw this
something
movie.
nautical.
What was it again?
Oh,
Read it again.
In The Rocketeer, to which club do Jennifer and Neville Sinclair go on a date?
Okay, I think I recall. Is it the Seven Seas Club?
Maybe.
Oh, well, that would be very obvious then.
Sure, we'll go with that.
The South Seas Club.
Oh, the South.
So close.
Oh.
So
There were only
close.
2 choices, is why I didn't give this one, because the other choice was the Brown Derby. And I think
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
everybody knows it's not going to be that, right?
Yeah.
All right. During the song Topsy Turvy in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, who is the finest girl in France?
Well,
Was it Notre Dame? Because they always refer to her as a lady and stuff. That's the only thing I can think of. That's probably not correct at all.
I don't know. We were not raised on the Hunchback of Notre Dame in my household.
Neither was I.
Not because my mother opposed the film in any way. She just thought it was bad.
I love that movie.
It's the obvious answer, guys.
Oh, no.
I mean,
is it
Esmeralda?
Esmeralda? Okay.
Clearly overthinking this.
Yeah.
Appearing nightly at the Seven Seas Club.
All right, I think these next two are a little easier. In the animated feature Hercules, what name is given to the goddesses who tell the story of Hercules?
The Muses.
The Muses.
Right.
Also the name of a short-lived WDWNT show.
Very short.
Very short. 1 episode. We got 1 episode.
And
On
I'm not going to just believe how easy this question is going to be for this crowd, but I didn't know these were the official names of these characters, so I read this. In Beauty and the Beast, who do the Bimbets drool over?
Gaston.
Gaston.
Yeah, that's obvious, but I didn't know they were actually called the Bimbets.
The Bimbets.
Officially.
I knew it started with a
name.
B.
That's a name.
Okay, so.
All right.
I think the crowd is in unison on this one.
The crowd is in unison. They knew it was a bear. Last question for our Pixar round, our fill in the blank round. While contemplating Cusco's fate, Kronk's shoulder devil tells him this. He's trying to lead you down the path of righteousness. I'm going to lead you down the path that blank. Sucks, amazes, shocks, or rocks.
I just like the idea of Temptation saying, I'm going to lead you down the path that sucks.
but it's cool.
Who wants misery?
My shoulder angel is possibly the greatest line from any film ever.
Right? See, that's why the movie's so good. It's just so random. It's perfect.
And
I want my own shoulder angel and devil.
Kronk steals the movie.
Oh, absolutely. And if you ever need to see him, you can just go ride in Epcot. Why am I blanking on the name of the ride? That's not good. I can't think of it either. Soarin'. There we go. Soarin'.
There we go.
That one. The really good one.
Okay, here's a little, just a bit of improvised trivia for you. Yes, Patrick Warburton is heard in Soarin'. But if you went to, I'm trying to think if it's in both Disneyland and Disney World, which attraction can you hear him? You don't see him, but you can hear him.
Oh.
And I'll give you a hint, it's not within the ride itself.
So it's in the queue or something?
Yes. I'm just trying to remember if it's in both versions. That's the one clue I'll give. It's in both Disneyland and Disney World.
And it's in a queue. I'm going to guess Autopia or Tomorrowland Speedway or something.
Star Tours.
Because I'm trying to think of shared rides.
Yep.
Star Tours.
Wrong's not right. It's Star Tours. He plays the security, droid.
Oh, I didn't know that. So the general consensus is correct. It is the path that rocks. As he wears his little shoulder devil with the horns. It's incredible. Just go watch the movie. No, watch it after this now. So we're on to our next round. It's called Name That Song. So we'll give you song lyrics, and then you have to figure out what song it's from. So the lyrics for the first one, question number 26. Pressure like a drip, drip, drip that will never stop. Pressure that'll tip, tip, tip till you just go pop. Whoa. Is that from We Don't Talk About Bruno, How Far I'll Go, Surface Pressure, or Un Poco Loco?
I think that's from the hit song Popcorn.
Popcorn. Just popcorn.
My daughter was walking around box lunch at the mall singing this tonight.
Aww.
Have you been introducing Disney to your child, Ashley?
Yes. So far we're big fans of Encanto. We also really like we've enjoyed Aladdin.
Okay.
She decided she was in love with Aladdin at the parks the last time we went.
That's cute.
Andy actually is always like, I want to watch Jasmine, but not Aladdin. She doesn't like Aladdin.
I'll have to see if I can find the picture. Aladdin and Peter Pan, and maybe I will give. They were both very good characters in that, you know, they were really, really interacting with the kids, which was incredible because it was 1 billion degrees outside in August. But she was just absolutely enamored with Peter Pan and Aladdin.
That's so cute.
Would not take her eyes off of them. It was adorable.
She's gonna have their pictures when she's like 14 hanging in her walls.
Yeah, her dad was thrilled. That first birthday trip, this was already starting, but
that's incredible. So yeah, everyone seems to have gotten the answer right. It is C, Surface Pressure from Encanto. We were just talking about earlier, Lin-Manuel Miranda. Really good music. Question number 27. And every task you undertake becomes a piece of cake. Is this from A Spoonful of Sugar, Everybody Wants to Be a Cat, Let's Go Fly a Kite, or Why Should I Worry? So even by the answers, you can tell this is a little bit of an older one. Yesterday was Aladdin's 30th anniversary. Aww. Aladdin's old, but that's okay. We still love him. And again, thank you guys for watching and staying up with us at 3:30 in the morning. We're just doing this for the Toys for Tots. It's our annual 50-hour marathon.
I mean, if you're West Coast, it's only 12:30. So
I guess.
Hope you enjoyed your Black Friday deals.
For me, it's 2:30, and I can feel it starting to sink in.
Yeah.
How many more rounds do we have to go?
We're getting there. We're getting close.
So I know there's an all-parks round coming up.
Yeah, the next one is the all-parks round. So I'm going to give you a description of a ride, and you're going to have to figure out what ride we are. But for this answer, it is A Spoonful of Sugar, Mary Poppins. The original, I should say, the original Mary Poppins. I haven't seen the Emily Blunt version, so I don't know what's different.
As ardent as I am a defender of the good dinosaur, I am an attacker of Mary Poppins Returns. That is Disney hubris in feature film form.
Oh.
There is no need for it. Literally, it told the exact same story as Christopher Robin, which came out like months earlier. They buried it in August.
Yeah.
And it told the story so much better.
It was unnecessary.
They did Christopher Robin dirty to promote a bad movie. And I think my favorite story about Mary Poppins Returns is that Mary Poppins Returns and Aquaman came out the same day. Julie Andrews was involved with one of these films, and it was not Mary Poppins.
Oh, that's fair.
There we go.
You can hear Julie
question...
Andrews and Aquaman. And I think that tickles me to no end. All right, yes, moving on.
Yes, question number 28. His carefree days with us are history. In short, our pal is doomed. Is that from True Love's Kiss? I won't say I'm in love. You'll be in my heart. Or can you feel the love tonight? I can just hear the voice of the character like singing this.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's fact or not, but when my
that
husband
wasn't a hint or anything.
When my husband was in the Marine Corps, whenever any of them would get a girlfriend, they would serenade each other with this song.
That's incredible. I love that.
Anybody hear rumors of a Lilo and Stitch live action? I actually think they have a director set, so I don't think it's a rumor at this point.
What does that look like?
It's
what does a live action Stitch look like?
Horrifying.
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
I don't
think it looks good. Like, it might be like a koala-esque looking creature, maybe.
Maybe.
It's the guy.
Had visions of the live action Dumbo, and that was just no. He was not.
I blame that
at all
on Tim Burton. The guy who's doing this is the guy who did Marcel the Shell with shoes on, which is which I've heard is a super cute movie, and I want to see it from the trailers and all that. So maybe it's gonna be kind of like it'll have the emotion and stuff the movie's supposed to, if that's the director.
Okay.
Dean Fleischer Camp is directing it.
So yeah, question number 28. The answer is, can you feel the love tonight? Timon and Pumbaa is saying this to Simba as he falls in love with Nala. Question number 29. And as the years go by, our friendship will never die. Is this from We Belong Together, When You Wish Upon a Star, You've Got a Friend in Me, or Colors of the Wind? I tried to pull out parts of the song that wouldn't give away what song it is.
Right.
I'm just trying not to hum them.
I know, right? You can just
break out in the full song.
Yep. Julie Andrews was asked to do a cameo in Mary Poppins too, but she turned it down because she didn't want to take the spotlight away from the new Mary. Okay.
And
there was nothing in an interview, I think.
Bad about it. It was just unnecessary and a little too formulaic for the trying to follow the same pattern. Like some of the music's pretty good. The fantasy sequences I think kind of might actually be kind of cooler than the fantasy sequence in the original, but I mean that might be an effects thing or
But I don't know. There was just something off about it.
Okay. It looks like everyone's almost got this right. The answer is You've Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story. Buzz and Woody singing to each other about how much they love each other. Question number 30, last question of this round. What has two thumbs and pulled up the sky when you were waddling yay high? This guy. Is that from the Family Madrigal, You're Welcome, Try Everything, or We Know the Way? Apparently, Patrick said that he is this character, so we heard that it's canon. Patrick and him are one and the same. This was after Patrick had
I buy that.
Ghost pepper vodka, so I mean, it could be anything, but I'm gonna trust Patrick.
When did this happen? I need to go back and watch it later.
Oh, like an hour ago. He drank, we were doing it for donations. He said that if someone donated like $50, he would drink ghost pepper vodka. He did. He instantly watered up. And then, for another donation, he tried to drink 2 beers in 30 seconds, like the people in Epcot. He got through one. So he is not Epcot fight worthy.
Oh.
I mean, he'll fight people about Epcot for other reasons.
This is true.
Right.
I think any of us would.
I still have the videos we recorded. We did a little review after each of those drinks around the world when I did it with him and Nick. I still have them, and I need to edit them together. And
oh yeah, that needs to go on the site. That's gold.
I've talked about it for a while, and I don't have any video editing software anymore, but I'm considering buying a Mac tomorrow, so I might get that done. Because I need some new video editing.
Reason to make that investment.
Oh,
well,
absolutely.
Yeah.
We need that footage.
Yes.
Yeah, it's out. Like, we lost it for a while, then I found it on my iCloud. There's video of us drunkenly singing "Let's Go to the Mall" as in the Canada queue.
I've seen that clip, I think.
Yeah, I think we
inevitably we're gonna have a roast for like one of you guys, so like we need these clips for that, you know. So
I think we end up doing that to ourselves.
Who would be next? I know we've done Tom, and I think we've done Pete.
No,
have we done a Diffendall roast yet?
Have we not done roast? Would be
we need to do a Jason roast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Jason and Jill, and just have them roast each other.
That would be cute.
Oh, Lord.
Be cute.
Yeah.
Question number 30. The answer is "You're Welcome." Maui singing in Moana. So yeah, Patrick is Maui. He told me tonight, and who am I to say otherwise? If he wants to be Maui, he can be Maui.
Yeah, I buy that.
Yeah, I think so. So the next round we're gonna do is called "What Attraction Am I?" So I went through Disney Parks websites, not just Walt Disney World or Disneyland. I went international too, and I grabbed just like a description from like what the attraction is. So we'll see how this goes. I'll have to read some of them because they all couldn't fit. So number 1, sail past haunted Dead Man's Cove. Navigate cannon fire between a Caribbean fort and a striking 12-gun galleon. Behold boisterous buccaneers drunk on the spoils of plundering as flames engulf a seaside town. Is this ride the Jungle Cruise? It's a Small World, Splash Mountain, or Pirates of the Caribbean? So I just wanted to give you this.
I thought that was a Disney corporate retreat.
This is an easy one. I just wanted to start you guys off so we can get a feel of how this is gonna go. Yeah, should be fun. Yeah, this is a Disney corporate retreat. Absolutely. They just go in the middle of the Caribbean, fire off some guns, and see who lives. Bob Chapek didn't. That's why he's not here.
That was my last cruise.
That's right. You just got off some, right, Rod?
I did Halloween in the High Seas at the beginning of October. I did the first Wonder out of San Diego for the year. And so far I've only done 2. They've both been on the Wonder. I'm hoping to do one sometime in the spring. Maybe just got to kind of figure out the schedule if we might do a Marvel or a Pixar day at Z1. I need to get on one of the newer ships. I want to go on the Wish, but the 4-day Bahamas thing doesn't appeal to me so much. So it's probably going to be one of the like the dream or the fantasy, just to get on something new. The Treasure definitely has already got my attention though, because the rumors like that they showed the Haunted Mansion as one of the things on the boat, and the rumor's going to be the bar. So
that would
be incredible.
Yeah, that would have my attention too. I haven't done a cruise yet, but if they're putting park stuff on a ship, oh man.
Same. I think that would be the thing that finally gets me.
Yeah.
Epcot bar.
And
Epcot bar would be great.
You know what would be funny is if they did a Tower of Terror bar on a ship. That, in a weird way, to me would be funny.
Yes.
I think the cruise is where you still get that old school Disney service still, like what we used to associate like in the last like 15 years ago, that level of service. I think that's still on the cruise.
I do always hear that, and that is kind of the big thing that makes me want to go.
Mm-hmm.
But especially while Audrey's so little, I just can't justify the price.
Oh no, yeah.
I need her to be a few years older.
It is a tough price compared to like other cruise lines, particularly. But like compared to like a 5-night cruise, you might be spending less than 5 nights at a moderate and going to the parks. Yeah, once you factor in food and all that.
But you're getting the park experience out of it.
But you're getting enough. You're getting a lot of entertainment on the ship too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So that's kind of the lowest I'm at.
Yeah. Speaking of cruises, the answer is not the Jungle Cruise. Everyone is right. It is the Pirates of the Caribbean. That was an easy one. Started you off easy.
Yes.
So now we're gonna get a little bit harder. And like I said, this is domestic and international, so it could be from any park. Question number 32. Pick up the pace as you rumble under a small bridge and see iconic attractions in the distance. Spot Honda's humanoid robot and bird along the road. Is this the Tomorrowland Transit Authority People Mover, the Tomorrowland Speedway, Autopia, or Space Mountain? So it's a Tomorrowland attraction. It's just which one?
Okay, yeah. No, I know this one. Yeah. The Honda gave it away.
Also, hi, Spencer. We're just hanging out.
Oh, hey, Spencer.
People are getting it.
Yeah, Spencer's saying I should have talked to Alicia about being on shows when I'm the only one who's naturally awake at this hour. Oh no, I'm naturally awake at this hour generally. But yes,
to be fair,
today was a day of great strain because not only do I write the festival reviews, I then have to migrate them to our festival guide. So I'm kind of doing everything twice.
I will give Spencer credit. He says he should talk to me. He did message me, and then I didn't answer him back because I was too busy today.
Well, Spencer's doing the overnight tomorrow.
He is, yeah.
Yes, I believe they will be doing something Tokyo Disney related.
They're doing Tokyo watch-alongs. I think they're doing watch-alongs.
Spencer, please reply in the comments to remind us what exactly you're doing in the overnight hours tomorrow.
And are you sticking around past the watch-along for my stuff?
Yeah.
Yep. And then also, speaking of Tokyo, at 6 a.m., so once we're all off the air, Tom is coming in. He's doing his Tokyo haul from his recent trip. And now you will shame me publicly. Yes, that's fair. I love you, Spencer. You can publicly shame me all you want. The answer for this one is Autopia, kind of the Tomorrowland Speedway version of California. I've never been on it.
No, it's
I don't know bad things to say about it. Yes, that's fair. That's fair.
So this time tomorrow night, you will be able to see Spencer and Tom doing a Tokyo watch-along. So... something for everyone in this marathon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number 33, while exploring on a subterranean vehicle, unexpected danger sends you hurtling through the caverns. Is this Indiana Jones Adventure, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, or Journey to the Center of the Earth?
Ooh.
I don't know. I've never been on the Indiana Jones Adventure.
Oh, oops! That is me. I did a bad. I think autocorrect got in there. It is written as Indiana Jones in my little sheet that I copied everything over. But autocorrect was having a fun time in our little program that we were using to write in questions. So thanks, Jake. Appreciate that. And everyone should give love to Jake in the comments for being awake at 10:45 a.m. I don't know when he's going to sleep. I hope it's soon. Looks like we got some controversy here. It could be 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea or Journey to the Center of the Earth. Both Tokyo Disneyland attractions. Tokyo Disney Sea, I should say. I didn't get to do Journey when I was there. I did 20,000 Leagues, and then it was 9:30 at night and the park was closing soon and it was really cold. And I could have gotten in line and I was like, I think the cold has won. So next time.
I still want to go. We were supposed to go this year.
It's a really great park. It is.
Mm-hmm.
I made a mistake where I did one full day at Disneyland and then I did half a day because you can buy like after 6 p.m. ticket that's like $30 for Disneyland. Wow. And so, or for Disney Sea, I should say. So I did that and it was beautiful because it had, nighttime had settled and stuff. So I got so enamored with just walking around the park and looking around that I didn't ride a ton of rides or go in shops and stuff. So I think next time I just want to do a full day at Disney Sea. Okay, but they have that's a really cool deal that they have that ticket. I don't know if they still do, obviously, but yeah. And so we're gonna go ahead. The answer is Journey to the Center of the Earth. You ride a little minecart. You see a creepy little alien guy, and he chases you out. And my cat's gonna do trivia with us now. Question number 30.
I thought the cat was playing the role of the creepy alien.
He could be the creepy alien. He makes some weird noises sometimes, so maybe. Question number 34. Sit tight as your shell dives into the ocean and begins its incredible journey. But the serenity doesn't last for long as you're set plunging into the darkest, deepest depths where a sunken submarine sits surrounded by voracious glowfish, jellyfish, and sharks. Is this Turtle Talk with Crush's Coaster, The Seas with Nemo and Friends, or Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage? So it is something Nemo related, right? It's something Nemo related.
Well, the first part could have been 2 rides.
I remember here's a Tokyo tip I'll say. There's like a Finding Nemo ride. I think it's the Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage. Do not waste your time waiting for this. I waited like an hour because I was like, this is Nemo. I gotta do it. I wasn't prepared for what it was, and it was such a waste of time.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like a motion simulator basically, and you're in a sea of like 60 people, and I mean like it's cute, but it's not worth anything more than like 10 minutes, and I waited a really long time for it. Ooh, we've got some split. We can see 43% Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage or The Seas with Nemo and Friends, and 14% Crush's Coaster. Sea Rider, Alicia. That's the name of it. Yeah, it's really, really terrible. It is Spencer. It's terrible. All right, good job.
What did we play? Storm Rider?
Oh, was that the name of it?
It was.
I think so.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was Nemo, but I think, people have kind of ruled out Turtle Talk because you don't go anywhere on Turtle Talk.
You don't go anywhere in Turtle Talk.
You sit there and you talk.
I think I tricked some people. This one's Crush's Coaster, which is in Disneyland Paris. Ron, did you go on this one when you were there?
Yeah, that was the one long wait I had when I was there. I was at Paris on my honeymoon, so it was like 8 years ago.
Okay.
And it was like the one no fast pass ride. So when we were there, if you had early entry, you got into Disneyland at like 8:30, and then 8 or 8:30, and then studios didn't open until 10. So we would go do a bunch of stuff, like go like on 10 rides in that hour and a half or whatever, and then get over to the studios, but at that point everybody just gets in line, and it's like a 45 for the 2 days. The first day we were there, it was broken down, like when we went over to do this, so we didn't do it. The second day we got to do it, and it's a fun coaster, and it didn't occur to me at the second. I'm like, it's not a shell, but it is a turtle shell car. That's what was confusing me about your description.
Yeah. That's really cute. And it spins, right? It spins towards the end or something.
Yeah, it's a fun coaster. I think it's not the best thing in the world like some like Paris originally called it, like when they were trying to hype it. But
well, they gotta do something.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was there, Remy was just about to open. I actually got some pictures of like through the fence for the site of them putting up some finishing touches. So I didn't get to do that there, but it's a fun coaster, and that park seems a million times better than some of the worst rides I've ever been on.
That's what I've heard.
Park. Like the Armageddon thing was laughably bad. The version of the studio tour I went on, it was, I don't know if it was really that bad for everybody, but they didn't have the live tram spieler. It was supposed to be a video where I think it was Jeremy Irons, I'm not wrong, was like doing like French, like some stuff in French, some stuff in English as you pass by and describes all the scenes. That wasn't working, so there was no narration. So he would stop next to some props, and there was supposed to be explanation of what they are. There was nothing. We're just sitting there like looking at like random props, like for like 2 minutes. It's like, okay, we're just gonna move on.
That's not good.
No context Disney is the best Disney
at all.
Yeah.
And it was like a half-hour wait for it because they were trying to fix the thing and couldn't, so they then just started the thing back up. It was ridiculous.
Okay, so
all right, we're in question number 35 is our last one for this round, and then we've got one more round, then we're done. Dash in and out of twisting caverns and rumble through the Grizzly Gulch aboard a speeding mine train. As this Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, Phantom Manor, Big Grizzly Mountain Runaway Mine Cars, or Geyser Gulch.
Ooh.
This I've heard is actually a really, really fun coaster.
Mm-hmm.
When Laurel went there, she said this was the best thing in the park.
Oh. How many has she been to then?
She did like she used to do these things with her mom. Her and her mom would go on these like guided tours, like the 2 weeks, like 4 Asian country kind of like guided tours.
Oh.
And then when their off day in this place, they decided, oh, we're just gonna go to the Disney park to see it. And like they got there at noon and did everything by 6 o'clock because it was just empty. And she describes their jungle. Well, I mean, there was this was before Mystic Manor opened and other things, so there wasn't that much. And she's just walking around, like she said, their Jungle Cruise was there's an animal and there's an animal and there's an animal.
I have heard that one is like the realistic one, which is like a really weird take for a Jungle Cruise.
Well, that's what the Jungle Cruise originally was in California.
Yeah.
But the funny part was, I know that they trained the opening crew at Disney World for the Jungle Cruise because I remember them bringing a bunch of people to train in the area when I was working there. Like that was, my area, and they all came to train, and I guess they just decided not to, or they decided the English version is they're not going to bother training people, and they're just going to have them go out at a certain point and just do that instead of doing the Chinese version.
That could be. It could be something to do with.
I love Spencer's comment. Not me reading the news every day, trying to see when Hong Kong is reopening so I can go. Poor Spencer. But the answer is C, Big Grizzly Mountain Runaway Mine Cars. Yeah, obviously I've never been on it. So apparently best ride there?
I think Mystic Manor supposedly.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair.
Now that it's open.
It's a back and forth coaster. Like it does the back and forth thing. I think we have video. I think we have video of it on the site.
Oh, I'm sure we had. Yeah.
And it looks really, really cool. I don't know if it was us or somebody else's, but yeah, I've seen good video.
I'm going to
I think it was ours because I think we showed a clip of it when we did the Back to the Future for Big Thunder.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So our last round is our picture round, and it's called Where in the World Are We? So every picture is from somewhere on Walt Disney World property, and we're going to have to guess where it was taken. And I tried to find really random and obscure ones, but I will say that the first one was from today, if that gives you any hint. So I think Jake's gonna put up a picture, and we're gonna figure out where it's from. Picture. Perfect. All right, guys.
I think I need to sit this one out.
Is this from the funnel cake kiosk in Epcot, the American Adventure in Epcot, Main Street USA in the Magic Kingdom, or Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood Studios?
I'll say this much: if you read the site today, you'd know.
That's a kind of a trick question on here because one of them is located in the other one.
This is fair. This is fair.
But it could be neither of those. Don't want to make it too easy.
Yes. Oh God, I'm sitting this one out too. I was editing today. Everyone's convinced. Everyone's saying B. I will say that I said the funnel cake kiosk, so I should have been more specific. If you said the American Adventure, you also can be correct. I did say it was the funnel cake kiosk. You can see it like in the background, but I'll give them.
That's
actually, I think what's in the background is American Holiday Table, which
probably Hans or you were not at the kiosk there. You might have got it from the kiosk, but you were back in the American Adventure at that point.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But yes, that is the mini peppermint funnel cake.
Good thing.
And you can read our review on the website, like now, right now.
Well, not now. Watch us now. Read that later.
Watch us. Don't forget to donate to the tots. And then later.
Let's be honest. You all have multiple screens. Just, have it on your phone. Just like scroll mindlessly while you watch us. Donate to the tots, and then go read some reviews.
Do it for the potato girls. Donate at toys.wdwnt.com.
Thank you.
And you can bid at auction.wdwnt.com. And I know that things have already been listed. Nick's Maxi Van service is back. You can do a day with the Diffin Dolls with Jason and Jill. I think there's a VIP experience for News Tonight. So there's a bunch of cool stuff on there.
And there's going to be more added throughout the weekend. I even donated a couple, some items. You can bid on my nuts.
You can bid up to things, I think, right until the first auction bay starts. So you've got up until, I think, Sunday night at 8. So plenty of time.
I can tease that I may have a few extra Zargnut bags from New York Comic Con from the Wonders of Xandar booth.
Pavilion. That's cool.
Yes. So you too can have the snack that was all the rage at the Javits Center.
I need to go back.
Jake, can we show the picture for number 37 when you have a second?
Oh, we're up to... Okay, so this is question 2.
Yeah, question 2, sorry.
That's charming.
It is. So this is obviously decorated for the holidays. But where are we? Are we in Africa in the Animal Kingdom? Are we at Animal Kingdom Lodge, Dinoland USA, Animal Kingdom, or Pandora, the World of Avatar, Animal Kingdom? So we know we're in someplace animal. Are we at the lodge? Are we in the park? Where are we?
Given recent announcements, maybe short for this
the
world.
Employee break area at Rainforest Cafe.
Oh gosh. I believe this was taken just a few days ago. This is thanks to a photo report. I just started Googling photo reports, and that's how I got most of these pictures. And I was like, that's obscure. We'll use that one. We've got some B's. We've got some C's. Some think we're at the lodge. Some things that we're at Dinoland USA. Fat Tested Travel says, I think it looks like the Boneyard. Well, I say that you are correct. That is Dinoland USA.
Yep.
Yep. Right outside the children's play area. All decorated for the holidays.
Yeah, I kind of like I mean, with the holiday decorations in Animal Kingdom just go from the sublime to the ridiculous, because you get those really beautiful, ornate Merry Menagerie decorations when
So
you're in
pretty.
Discovery Island. And then you head to Dinoland, and it is kitsch central, and I love it.
But I love that. I love the kitsch. I'm gonna be really sad when that's gone.
I know. I mean, it's great.
Like, I
Assuming
think
that
the coaster was a bad. The coaster was a bad coaster, but like the lack of like the thing still made sense, but as a storyline for what it was. And if you have a chance, just walk around Restaurantosaurus and look around.
Yeah.
Like, that was
or the store. I like their store too, Chester and Hester's like Dinoland Treasures or whatever it is. That's a fun shop.
Yeah, it is a fun shop. It's really
placemaking at its best. It really is the whole land.
I agree. Let's go to question number 38. So number 3 for this section, our last one. So where are we? This is not the merchandise. We know that those are hand sanitizers. I need the Pascal one. That is adorable.
That is
but are
really
we in the
cute.
Isn't it? Is this the Ye Olde Christmas Shop in Magic Kingdom, Disney's Day of Christmas in Disney Springs, Dare Teddy Bear in Epcot, or Celebrity 5 and Dime or 5 and 10 in Hollywood Studios? So if you think this is hard, while editing, I have had multiple times where I've been given a picture and I've had to like figure out where it is. Like Tom has been like, "Oh, you should know where this is. Like, look at the carpet." Tom, what? I don't. How do I know by the carpet? And he was like, "Oh, it's very clearly Big Top," and I'm like, what? How, sir?" Yeah. So that Tom has these like innate powers of knowing where everything is by like one tiny picture in the background. I am not that good.
Well, when it's essentially like your second home, quite literally, like you spend more time there than at home. You probably do have everything memorized.
This is true.
And nobody spends more time in shops than him.
This is very true.
I can't say for sure, but if I had to guess,
my
guess would be 5 and 10.
That's my guess.
That was mine too.
I feel like Ye Olde Christmas Shop is more of an old-fashioned, like that really like colonial style shop. Their Teddy Bar, kind of that same style.
I haven't been in Days of Christmas in years, so I don't know if it's been changed. But that looks a little more generic.
But like the stucco and every Art Deco at the top.
Yeah, it's like Art Deco. That's why I'm thinking 5 and 10. That's a guess.
So you guys would be
doesn't have to be your guess.
Correct. It is definitely 5 and 10. You guys are correct. We fooled some people in that one. That's exciting. All right.
It was a tricky one.
Next, it is. Well, they decorated for the holidays, so it's a little hard when everything's got garland everywhere. Our next one, we're in a restaurant of some sort. Are we in a beer garden restaurant in Epcot? Are we in the Crystal Palace in the Magic Kingdom, Trails End at Fort Wilderness, or at Boma in the Animal Kingdom Lodge? We're at a buffet. I will give you that. We're at a buffet. Just where? What buffet? I haven't eaten here. I don't think ever.
Oh, I have.
It's good.
Yeah, I've eaten at
I enjoyed it. I don't think the rest of my family did, but I enjoyed it. And you get the entertainment, which really helps.
I was going to say, the food is decent, but the entertainment is really good.
The inside of the seating area is really nice.
We went during the holidays. We did the... Well, that certainly looks like an overwhelming majority.
Yep.
Yes. I think everyone is correct. It is Beer Garden Restaurant in the German Pavilion in Epcot.
Der Beer Garden.
All right, and then our last one, it's going to be a hotel room. You have to figure out which resort we're in. It's just kind of hard considering they're all whitewashed these days. Are we at Disney's Caribbean? Yeah. Disney's Caribbean Beach Resort, the Yacht Club. Are we at the Contemporary or are we at the Beach Club?
Ooh.
I'm trying to think like maybe the art on the wall might be a clue. We can't zoom in.
That's about all you have to go off of.
I was going to say, that's the only thing in the room that's any kind of...
The room is...
anything.
It's very sterile.
The size and shape of the room is also something I'm looking at.
Yes, that's fair. I will say this is a deluxe
And those
room.
night table... Yeah, the night table stands give me an idea. But I don't know if it's
pretty
correct.
furniture and everything, but again, this is not what I would expect of a Disney hotel.
No.
I'm also thinking about what would be newsworthy for us to cover, and I have an idea. I don't know if it's 100% accurate, but I have a theory.
Okay.
Just your mention of nightstands, I'm looking at the picture once. I'm going to go off a slight rant here. Can hotel rooms put nightstands on both sides of beds?
Yes.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Yes. Does anybody else
like if you have at home?
Right. Does anybody else like put their suitcase? Like I put my suitcase in the corner to be like my nightstand on my side of the bed half the time.
It's so annoying.
Everybody's got
John
phones.
and I are like children. We will race into the room to see who can claim the side of the bed with the nightstand
because I don't want to crawl over someone to get my phone when I'm charging it. Like, no.
Or just have to drop it on the floor, like if you're using it for an alarm, even.
Yes.
Because let's face it, nobody actually uses an alarm clock in a hotel room anymore. Like the one, if they even give you one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and now you got to charge your dang magic band in the wall too if you got the plus.
Right?
So I mean, yeah. It looks like we have a couple of people picking a beach club, and I will say that you are correct. We just recently did a room tour. We did I think it was a 2-bedroom deluxe room, and this was a photo from Tom's tour. So.
See, my guess would have been Caribbean Beach because the night table stand gave me a pirate ship vibe, and I know that they are removing the Pirates of the Caribbean rooms, I think, at Caribbean Beach.
Oh,
yeah.
So I thought maybe this was like how it looked with the theming removed.
It had to be a DVC room to me because of the way it was set up. That's.
Yeah. I like Sean's comment. All of the hotels in this list are expensive enough that they shouldn't look like this. Buddy, you're not wrong.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And I thought that's new. That's a new picture because I thought they were killing carpet in all these rooms.
Yeah, that was I think as in like the last month or so, that one came out.
Not only it's a carpet, that's an overly plush looking carpet to me for like a hotel. And that looks like that's gonna get dirty quick.
That's gonna get
and it was all very white. Yeah.
Yacht Club's better anyway.
Yeah, but Beach Club has beaches and cream.
They both have beaches and cream. Like, let's be fair, the amenities are shared.
Let's be real.
Yes. Like the pool, yeah.
And Ale & Compass has better food than Beach Club or the beaches and cream anyway.
I haven't eaten there yet, but I want to. I heard Ale & Compass is great.
Oh,
so. It is good.
Well, that's trivia, so thank you guys for playing along.
Yes,
I think that went well. That was fun.
It was fun.
Good job to everyone playing along. Thank you for that. Oh, yes, and then Jake is completely right. Thank you to Effie. That's the plugin that we were using for trivia. It's awesome. I'm sure that they're going to use it for other segments. I know I'll be using that again. And then thank you also to Jake for doing that for us. And now, from now until 6 o'clock in the morning, we're just going to hang out and chat before Tom comes on. So, Jake, you can go lay down for a few hours.
I was going to say, Jake,
unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to peel out too. But thank you all for having me. I had a great time.
Thank you so much.
I hope the tots get lots of toys. And we raise a lot of money. And I hope that people bid on Zarg Nuts when they come live. So keep an eye out for that.
And thank you, Matt, for joining us and for all of your hard work.
Thank you for having me. Oh,
good night, Matt.
Well, good night, everybody. Matt. Good night.
Night.
There we go. And then there were 3.
And then there were 3.
But yeah, so now we're just going to be hanging out and chatting. Like I said, Tom will be on at 6:00 in the morning. And oh, that's cool. That's like
That's
our.
cool.
Ooh,
Look at you, Jake.
that's so fancy. Yeah.
Now I don't have to look at 2 screens.
I know, right?
Right. That's why I'm like, now I can.
Yeah, Tom will be here at 6:00 in the morning, and he will be doing Tom's Tokyo haul. He had a trip recently, so I think he's just going to be showing off what he bought. But yeah, until then, you've got Ron and Ashley and myself. We're just going to talk because this is what we do at late night hours of the marathon, and this has kind of been our tradition the last few years. I know, at least for the 3 of us, we just randomly talk about Disney things. So
all kinds of Disney things.
All kinds of Disney things. I wanted to host a bar segment, and we didn't get time to fit it in. So this could be our bar segment if we wanted it to be.
There we
I should
go.
probably pour a drink if I'm doing that, but
I will not make it through. I almost made a hot toddy.
no, I did coffee, but
I just finished my coffee. I don't know if you can hear it, but my beautiful daughter got me sick. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Like
not
Omicron,
COVID, I
it's a
hope.
head cold, but
yeah. Oh, they're cute, but they're full of germs.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I got given RSV a couple weeks ago.
Oof.
I got that in May when it was going around our area.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's no fun.
Not fun. No.
No, it's daycare is just a germ fest, and like in the past 2 months, I've had to I lived in the basement for 2 weeks while everybody else in the house had COVID, and then I got the RSV after that because Andy got thankfully she never got sick with the COVID, but the only reason we knew is because they were testing everybody at school because another kid had it.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason we knew to test anybody. And then she had the opportunistic RSV, which once again was thankfully not so bad for her, but for me 24 hours this was felt like I was breathing with a weight on my chest, and my throat felt like somebody punched me in it. So
I was gonna say I felt worse when I had RSV than when I had COVID back in January.
It almost felt like, without the stomach issues, it felt like food poisoning level sick to me. You just don't want to move at all.
You don't want to do anything, and you can't hardly. I mean, similar to what some people say COVID was like. Luckily for me, my COVID was not that terrible, but RSV was nothing to joke about. But that's all right.
My COVID, I had it twice, and my second time was awful. I lost my sense of taste and smell. I basically slept for 3 days. It was bad.
A couple questions. RSV is a respiratory virus that mainly affects young children. Usually not dangerous for kids over 2. It's more like a cold. But kids under 2, it can be very, very dangerous, and it's filling up hospitals right now because mostly because of the way kids have been isolated for a couple years. They don't have those kind of cold antibodies to get used to it. So that's one of the reasons it's been. It can be really tough on little kids. Usually, for an adult to get sick from it is a little rarer. But once again, it was a 24. I was 36 hours and done kind of thing for me.
Well, and I would wager to bet that more parents get it than realize, but they don't bother to get tested.
No,
because it feels like a head cold on steroids. At least it did to me.
Yeah,
sure.
I could see that. Mine was it might not have been that. I just know my nephew had RSV at the exact same time, and I see him all the time. So that's just what I assume it was.
Because Audrey got it first from a neighborhood kid that we knew tested positive, and then she tested positive, which is the only reason why I know I had it.
Yeah.
Again, fine. They'll have stronger immune systems for it. Luckily.
Yeah. So, question we're getting from the chat from Loretta is, how do we think the Chapek to Eiger changes are going to affect the park? Honestly, I don't think we're going to see much right away. I think, this is something I've heard on from some, like Len Testa and Jim Hill kind of things, who are reliable sources, if they might be a little more rumory at times, that even Chapek was saying getting rid of the park reservations soon. So I think that, I think that's going to come, and Iger might take the credit for it, even if JPEG was doing. I don't know. I'm just saying this is what I heard. Is I think the reservation systems might go. I don't think we're getting rid of Paid Genie Plus. I think we might see some changes to that. It might be. I could see things like it being tied into your resort stay as a benefit, things like that. I don't think that's going away. The individual lightning lanes might be full. Like, I can actually see them folding that in and then raising the price of the main service a little bit for day guests. That's another one. This is just
maybe my other my biggest, and I said it the other night in just like our kind of group chat, I just want them to fix the algorithm that they're using for the math, because they had all of the math when it wasn't a paid service. And originally everybody was like, well, now it's a free-for-all. They're just selling however many. But they've capped the sales. Like, it can sell out. So why can't we go back to the old math that clearly didn't jack up the line for everybody? Because right now, especially like peak times, like they're trying to reduce demand by price, which is also, again, weird to me because you can sell out. But hey, more money. But it's just not a pleasant experience for anybody, whether you're in standby or a lot of times even if you paid for Lightning Lane. And I can tell you this much. If I paid what people are paying like this week or come Christmas, if I paid almost $30 or more a person for Lightning Lane and I am still waiting an hour, I lose my mind.
Yeah. You're not wrong by any means.
Some people are saying they really just need to, and I don't know if I agree with it or not, should they just go the universal route? Make it expensive, make it more exclusive, but you actually get express level service with it. And I don't know how that's going to work.
I think it would be difficult because
it's a scale issue too.
It is a scale issue, but not only that, and maybe I could be wrong because it was technically still COVID time, but I did one day with Express Pass at Universal and a few days without. And you could tell that a lot of the queues and a lot of even the way that they were trained and they pulled, you did get express level service. It didn't seem that bad, but there were also times where you could tell it wasn't taken into account. For instance, the Hogwarts Express, that was the only time our express line was just as long as everybody else's. It balanced out because we didn't wait for anything else, but I don't think a lot of Disney rides, because especially the older rides, which is part of the problem, like Mansion wasn't designed to have, it works the most efficiently when everybody's in the same line, everybody gets pulled to straight.
I mean, that one I can speak to specifically because
you can. Yeah.
I worked there when Fast Pass came in, and we didn't want it. Our managers didn't want it, but park management at the time says every land has to have one Fast Pass attraction.
Oh, and because you're Liberty
Square, it had to be the Mansion.
Yeah.
We were told discourage guests from getting this and say, like, look, this is a waste of your Fast Pass, honestly, because that, like, without it, the line was rarely over 25 minutes, and I still think, I mean, it's obviously busier and more popular now than it was back then.
But even still, like, it shouldn't be an hour plus. You shouldn't have the line for Mansion stretching clear back into dang near Frontierland because it wasn't designed for that capacity.
And also part of that
ever back up that far.
Part of the issue now is I think there are a little more stops to load guests,
probably
wheelchairs and things. And the way
I did notice that
they changed it, like now there is that hallway where they could take wheelchairs and ECV people into the main queue. We used to mostly at the time have them go through the exit.
I was gonna say,
And
did it used to be somewhere near the exit or at the
we would
exit?
stop. Yeah, we would stop a little bit less so they could go through the end, because that way they have nobody in front of them and they have that whole basically
Gangway to transfer.
gangway to get on, because the thing doesn't close, and we could slow it down. So I think it stops a bit more now than it did then. But the important thing is, trying to get people the whole experience of being able to go through stretch rooms and things like that. So you try and push as many people as you can through the regular experience, and that could slow things down. Trying to get guests to enter through the regular entrance can be a little bit more of a problem on Mansion. But once again, you shouldn't be having Omni movers. Don't need it in general.
No.
The boat rides like Pirates and those things move literally 3,000 people an hour. They're capable of that.
Although I will say, I don't feel like it's as intrusive on something like Mansion versus Pirates and Small World, because at least when I've been, they're just basically two different lines. So it feels like, at least instead of splitting the line between the two load areas, you've got one doing Lightning Lane and one doing the other. And so you don't really feel the impact as much versus something like Mansion.
Right. One line, unless something overflows, one line, unless there's really a bad Lightning Lane overflow, they will move everybody one side to one side. So it's almost a 50-50 split because of the volume that ride can handle. And then when they're doing the split, I think it's more likely you're to get standby guests being put in the Lightning Lane because nobody's using it sometimes. So it does move. It's the older it's more of a problem because the queues weren't designed for it.
They weren't designed for it. I wish my compromise, I don't think it's going to happen, but my perfect world compromise would be, again, one, fix the algorithm or the math that they're using to divvy out and distribute return times. But then two, go back to free for everything except for your e-ticket or new attractions, and keep those at a paid higher
the book kind of.
Right. And I would even be willing to say, let Guardians or Rise be an extra $20, $25 for Lightning Lane. Make it a higher price point for those, but make everything else free. That would be my perfect world compromise.
Or something, or some combination between what we had with, when we had Fast Pass Plus, where you get one or two for free, and then you pay for anything more beyond that.
Yeah. I think that's my happy medium, personally.
That's a fair one, yeah.
Yeah. It's just hard, though, because then you have to factor in, resort guests, and they're going to want to feel privileged. And I say that as a resort guest, I want to feel privileged. I'm spending all this money. But and honestly, that's where the hard part comes in.
The best way to make them feel privileged, bring back true magic hours. Bring back hours.
That half hour is useful. One thing I like about the half hour.
It's travel time. And it's so early in the morning.
It spreads
I'm not waking
out.
Up.
I will say that, instead of having this park's going to be busier this day, I like that fact that it spreads out things a little bit more in the mornings than that.
But my problem is, half of the time when they're scanning magic bands for the extra magic, they're not even checking. They're just letting anybody in that extra half. It's not a genuine, I don't feel like, at least when I've been, because the past few times that I've been to the park, I'm not a resort guest. I'm staying with my parents. And so I know they're not checking, because if they were checking, they would have stopped me. And part of it was I just didn't realize, I just got in line and was going, and then looked at my watch and I was like, oh crap, the park wasn't technically open yet. And then realized that it was the extra half hour or whatever. And we got in early. they're not, it's no benefit anymore, and it's useless. And I think it tricks people into getting a benefit that they're getting a benefit that they're really not.
It's a
And you have
one-ride
to be
head
up
start. That's
so.
it. That's it at most.
If that.
Yeah. We spent the one time we did it, we went to Hollywood Studios and we went for Rise specifically. That way we didn't have to wait later on or buy a lightning lane. You have to be up so dang early because not only do you have to be up to get to the park in time, you have to be up to get the bus too. So it's just like, I think we were up at like 6 o'clock and I'm just like, and then by the end of the day, you're exhausted.
Like, this is the way that they're doing things now. Again, you've got to be up at midnight now to buy your Genie Plus because it can sell out.
It's not a vacation.
Then you have to be up at 7 a.m. Yeah, then you have to be up at 7 a.m. to get the lightning lane. And then to Alicia's point, if you don't have a car, you're probably still already up and waiting for a bus while trying to book that lightning lane so that you can get to the parks on time. It's just, this is not a pleasant
system
experience.
works
It's stressful.
so much better in California.
I can imagine.
I loved using it in California. I had zero problems with it. I had zero problems with the way it worked. My one problem, and this is a very weird complaint from anybody, is I don't like that the parks open early now in California. Like, I liked it better when they opened at like 10 and not like...
See, that's mine. That is ideal for me. When Epcot opened late, oh man, beautiful, perfect. I'll stroll right in at 10, get to World Showcase at 11. That is, that's my Epcot.
Like, when the parks open at 8 and you're trying to rope drop because you're trying to get through a lot of stuff. Like, if you're 2 days in California is not a lot, and that's what I had this last trip. So you're rope dropping, and especially when you know you have a 3-year-old that is going to be unconscious by 8:30 no matter what.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, like, you want to get there early, but like, I would have liked to be able to do some breakfast. Like when last time we were there, when it was 10 o'clock, we could do like an 8 a.m. character breakfast and then go to the park. We're still up early, but we're doing something with it. Like, because then you rope drop, you get like 1 or 2 things. Then you have to stop and eat something and you're losing time again. So it's
like, it's just, I want my old school magic hours back. And now granted, I say this as a former college program person that, was no fun. I didn't do it because I worked at one of the hotels, but I do know roommates, obviously. It was no fun when you thought like you were going to get off at 2 and they extended the extra magic hours till 3 unexpectedly, and then you're not getting off until 4. I get it, and I feel for you. I really do. But there was just something so cool, especially at Magic Kingdom, to be able to be at Magic Kingdom at like
so
3
late at night.
When I mean, there was people around, but it was also so quiet. And
it was when you could get good pictures. You could ride everything.
Yes.
The late night ones when they were there till 3 were amazing. I did it like once, but like
so great.
Or even just doing Epcot late, and you could I have so many vivid memories of doing like magic hours at Epcot and riding Test Track in the middle of the night. Like that's that's magic, And
Animal Kingdom,
now they're closing at 10.
Yeah, Animal Kingdom is the one that felt the most special to me, even though obviously it wasn't open, because it was the only time you got to see the park at night, and it was just beautiful. Like, it didn't really, to me, it didn't matter that there really wasn't anything besides Everest and Dinosaur to do, because it was just gorgeous. You could just go and walk around and get lost.
Yeah.
Studios was great.
And actually go on the trails.
Even in that first hour or 2 of it, where at the Magic Kingdom is still just getting rid of day guests, the first hour or 2. But at Studios, I think I was just basically looping Star Tours, trying to get as many of the variations as I could.
Yeah.
And this was late stage ones. I think 2019 I was still doing just I have not seen this, and I just kept going till I did it. I wasn't feeling great by the end of doing Star Tours 5 times in a row while Laurel did one show of Little Mermaid.
Now
I mean,
it's like,
yeah.
I can't imagine the last time that I like ran laps on a ride. Like that's not a thing you do anymore.
I think the last time, I don't remember. It's been so long. Probably at least like 2014, 2015 was the last time I did it.
When we were at California right after our cruise in the beginning of October, so we had an issue. We had five of us in our party, and we had bought them. We were using Genie Plus, and when we had it for Haunted Mansion Holiday, and the ride went down for like 10 minutes of our window, so they changed it to the Get Anything, and then we're still going to use it for that, so we wanted to use it for that, but it didn't scan through. They just let us in, so now I had the five anytime ones on my phone. Ooh. And it doesn't matter whose ticket it was, like you could use it on my phone. And so Laurel took Andy back to go to sleep at around like 8:30, and my mother-in-law and sister-in-law with me. I'm like, hey, do you mind if I stick around for a little bit and do it? She said no. So I was trying to use all these at the end of the night, and I could use them anywhere I wanted. I'm just like, I'm still tired. I walked away with like 3 anytime fast passes I still could have used for the rest of the day at like 9:30 at night. And if I had paper ones, I would have played Fast Pass Fairy with it.
Right. Yeah. Those are the kind of moments that I miss. Like I really miss when like it was a different kind of strategizing, because it didn't feel like if you didn't get the fast pass, you were missing out on anything, because again, the lines weren't picked up. But like you had that one designated person where you handed all of your tickets to, and that person would go run while everybody else went in line for whatever. Yep. Like that kind of strategizing to me was fun.
It was fun. It was fun.
Like you developed your plan on the bus. Like, okay, I'm going to take everybody's tickets once we get in, and I'm going to go get, fast passes for Everest while everybody else gets in line for the safari. Like that to me was fun. Now it feels like you need a minor in mathematics to be able to plot out your entire day of fast passes and dining reservations. And it's I don't know.
I also don't love the fact that I have to figure out what I want to eat 60 days in advance. Like,
right? Better than,
I don't know if I'm going to want Italian on a Tuesday. Like,
it's better than 180, but I actually think it makes it harder to get them at the 60-day because everybody knows when they're going. The 180, if you were planned ahead of time, you could get a lot more things. I'm going to get a drink of water.
But I feel like unless to me at least, it felt like with the exception of like really special things like Cinderella's Royal Table or, some of those like really special experiences, those you would know, those would get booked up. Yes. But everything else you could it may not be the time that you wanted, but it didn't feel
you could eat it
like you couldn't get anything. Like now I feel like even at 60 days, people are just taking what they can get, and you cannot get. I was up because we did a trip for Audrey's first birthday. I was up on the 60-day mark. I was like, I just want something, fun, like Chef Mickey's or something like that. I couldn't get flipping anything. Everything was already gone by the time the site, stopped crashing on me.
Yeah. We went in October. And I mean, we ran into the same thing where I was like, I'm not going to be picky, but I want you to I kind of knew at least like maybe where I wanted to be park-wise or whatever. And you can't get anything. And it's like places like, hi, Spencer.
Hello.
Hi.
So I decided after watching Trivia Time that I wanted to be on the show. So I bribed Jake and I said, hey, Jake, if I ask really nicely, will you put me on the stream? And he said yes.
I don't think that you needed to bribe by any means.
No.
You're more than welcome.
I bribed with kindness. There's the studio light. It took me a few minutes, though, because I went out to get dinner. And then I came back and I'm like, oh, the show changed.
Yes.
So I had to I had to change the shirt, I had to do the hair, and I had to dig out the studio light because I don't do shows anymore. So I put it away and to be like, where's my studio light at?
Yep, so we finished trivia. And now we are chatting until Tom comes on at 6, and then he's doing a Tokyo haul. So we're just hanging out. We're complaining right now about dining
on
I was
the
gonna say we're
for
just
that.
kind of complaining / reminiscing about how great the
good old days. Yep.
Good old days.
I'll tell you. Sorry.
Tell us.
I was just gonna say, I took friends. She hadn't been since her grad night back in like 2012.
Wow.
And her husband had never been before in his life, and we took them they have a little boy about a year older than Audrey, and they really wanted to go, and so we're like, yeah, let's go in January. So we took them this past January. They were so enamored, loved everything, thought everything was great, and I was really, really happy for them.
And you're like,
and I didn't want to burst their bubble because it's their first time and I want them to love it. But I just kept thinking, like, if you think that this is great, I wish I could have taken you even just pre-COVID.
Absolutely.
Let alone years ago.
I felt that when I was at Walt Disney World last summer, and then again in April and May. Just the whole time, I'm like, I remember going, because I'm a child of the post 9/11 crash. So my childhood was like the late Eisner era / the beginning of the Iger years. Yeah. And I remember being at Disney World in the mid and late 2000s, and I was just enamored with everything. And I'm sure part of it is also, the nostalgia of childhood. But my last trip before summer of 21 was in March of 2015. And by that point, I think I was able to be a bit more objective about it. And I remember being at the Magic Kingdom in 2021, my first day I went to the Magic Kingdom. And I was texting Tom the whole time because he had made a bet with me on how miserable I would be on my first trip to Disney World. And so I'm sitting there texting Tom the whole time I'm at the Magic Kingdom. And I'm like, God, this place really has gone to hell, hasn't it? He's like, yeah, now you understand a little bit more, don't you? I'm like, yeah, maybe a little bit.
It's very dusty. I hate going into Winnie the Pooh and seeing the amount of dust in that attraction. That's what bothers me more than anything.
The worst thing, though, was I went to Disneyland for I'd been to Disneyland a couple times when I was like really little, but I went to Disneyland pretty much for the first time immediately before going to Walt Disney World last summer. And I will never make that mistake again because Disneyland is better. Anyone who says it is not is a liar. And when I was there in April, I explicitly chose to go to Disney World first and then go to Disneyland afterwards so that I would go back to Japan happy.
No, I completely agree with you, Spencer. Like, Disney World has the blessing of size, and obviously there is more to do, but Disneyland, I think, overall still has a greater attention to detail. It feels, and part of that is because it is smaller, feels more intimate, so it feels a little bit more special. It feels more classic, especially in Fantasyland. And let's face it, their Fantasyland blows our Fantasyland out of the water.
Oh, every Fantasyland blows the Disney. Like, even Tokyo's is really kind of junky, and it still is better than the one in Florida.
Like Disneyland, Fantasyland, especially the little Alice area with the teacup lanterns and everything, and the dark ride going by, that is still my absolute happy place.
Aww.
Yeah. And what's amazing about Disney World versus Disneyland is everyone has talked about since Disney World opened how Disney World has the blessing of size, and they sure do not take advantage of it at all. I feel so often, just because I edit the site now, I'm involved in the day-to-day of what's going on there now. And every time I read the news, I'm like, what are you guys doing? You see all the stuff they're doing at Disneyland, and they're like cramming all this stuff into these little spaces. And then at Disney World, they can't even figure out, how to build the middle of Epcot, how to build a roller coaster they built almost a decade ago.
Yeah, I mean, specifically like Magic Kingdom, I can see you have to close certain things because it is kind of more hemmed in. Epcot has so many expansion pads still available. The Studios was weird. It's like they pen themselves in with highways, a little bit, like the road structure.
But we still didn't have to lose Great Movie Ride for Mickey. Like, there were other options for Mickey. Mickey should have
They could
gone
have closed the
Animation
Animation
Courtyard.
Academy.
Yeah, that's absolutely what should have happened.
Yeah.
Animal Kingdom, like,
and what's it?
Dino, like,
no, go ahead,
killing Dino Land, like, why do they need to, like, because it is just dinosaur now, so maybe, like, I understand, like, maybe getting rid of the other half and you can expand a little bit out that way and things like that and just leave.
Well, that's what I'm hoping happens.
Leave Restaurantosaurus. I think that they're gonna kind
like
of
a fantasy animal area, kind of like they were gonna do with like the dragons and everything, and make that a small land, and then make dinosaurs a small land with just like dinosaur and Restaurantosaurus, and you could even leave the boneyard or retheme the boneyard, and then like where Chester's, and all that used to be, then make that just like a small like fantasy animal area.
And I don't even hate the Zootopia concept, but I like the idea more of like when we're going to Conservation Station, like you're like, okay, now we're leaving the animal world, you're taking that train into Zootopia in the back. Like as much as I hate to lose the Conservation Station, because if you're ever like if you're back there and nothing's going on, it's a dead area. But if the petting zoo has everybody out, they're doing any kind of surgery, things like that, it really makes it great. But if
the fact that you could see a giant like lion, like laid out, like that's really cool. You're never gonna see that anywhere else.
I think I saw the gorilla being worked on once. It was incredible.
That's amazing.
Like it would be amazing, but go ahead, Ron.
No, like that area, I could have seen the whole Zootopia, especially with the whole train game, like way it worked and all that, would have been fine. Like Dino Land, you can do more with like. Dinosaur needs some tweaking. I still think Dinosaur at its heart is not a bad ride, especially if you've ever been on Countdown to Extinction version of it. Like, there's something that it needs repair. The last time I was there, it needs repairs. It was a disaster.
It needs love. That ride needs love.
It needs a lot of love.
A couple of the large animatronics weren't even. I don't think the sauropod moved when he sneezed. One of the Carnotaurus is like you can see the neck flaps of the like where the skin's supposed to be tucked in, and that stuff, that's overnight maintenance stuff. That's not long term. And going back to what I think we're going to see is I think we're going to see a little bit more care back in the parks. I don't think that I think Iger understands. So. And I think one of the things is like, yes, the parks are making money, but you specifically said you don't care about repeat visitors coming back. That is not long-term thinking, and I think the board understood that. And the long-term and the maintenance issues is the repeat visitors, and we're going to see that. We're not going to see price decreases, guys. Sorry, I don't think that's going to
anybody that thinks that prices are
what
you might see price
it's
freezes.
Not going to be that the prices are going to go down. It's the prices are going to freeze, and then they're going to work on giving more value for that ridiculous price that you're paying.
Or those lower tier days might expand. Like
maybe,
like I was having this discussion. We were having this discussion.
Like have an off season again.
The 189 for the Magic Kingdom is insane. But if that is ridiculous. Just like Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, 4th of July, and Thanksgiving Day, that's kind of an acceptable thing.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
But like it should not be
I would say even 200 for those big ticket days, but 189 for a random Tuesday in June? No.
Absolutely.
Sir. No.
Yeah, so and that's the nice thing. That's definitely the nicest thing about dynamic pricing is you're able to you have the way to discount things without actually making the discount. You just quietly switch some of those days over to make more people show up.
More package discounts, I think, in general.
I think so.
The dining plan is not.
I was going to say dining plan coming back.
I don't think we're getting that till we're close. That's a staffing issue more than anything right now because that made the money. As someone who did a lot of math over the years on that dining plan, you could get a great value out of it, but you have to work at it. It is a money maker for them. and it keeps you on property, which is another thing I don't think Chapek seemed to care about.
He didn't
He
didn't understand.
Like Disney, the big thing was it's not that nobody cares if you're splitting a few days with Universal. It's who you go to first, because that's where you're going to get.
That's where you set up shop.
It's a discretionary spending. It's like I don't think we're charging more to get in the park, so less people are coming in, and then we can staff less. When it's like you charge a little bit less to get in the parks, more people coming in. Like, there's only so much food the rich people can eat, even if you're charging them more for it, right? There's only so much merchandise they're going to buy. And
I was going to say, there's only so many variations of a lounge fly bag that one person
and they're
can
not going to buy all the tacky, honestly, a lot of people with money are not going to buy all the tacky little knickknacks. That's just the thing, because they don't want to put it up in their house. But I think more middle-class
merchandise at Disney World is rough.
Want to put up little remembrances of their trips, even if it's a little, if it's a stretch vacation and not a bank breaker vacation, you want to put up those memories and get that little knickknack to put on the shelves or the shirts. Like, people, if you're really catering to the country club crowd, they're not buying t-shirts to wear at home.
No.
It's just, I like merchandise. To me is in a very weird position because I like some of the merchandise that's coming out, like the home collection. Some of it is really, really cute. Like, even at Thanksgiving.
Oh yes, the Haim collection.
Yeah.
Well, there's others. That's not just a them thing. I will say there's a new store at home in my area that uses a house in the O with the pointed roof, and I'm just like,
I know that place.
You want to go at Haim?
Yeah. But some of that stuff is really cute. I even used my Mickey Mouse casserole dish at Thanksgiving, and it was a nice little touch that felt special to me, but nobody else really
used
noticed.
My measuring cups.
Right? Some of that stuff is really, really cute. Why are there no picture frames anymore? To your point about
I know.
Memories. That was kind of like my tradition, and they're all over my house, is I would get a picture frame. And then whatever family picture we took, whether it was in front of the castle or just some special family picture, goes in that picture frame for every trip.
When did they stop selling picture frames?
No, they sell a lot less than they did.
COVID.
And one of the problems we've had is they don't sell ones that can hang. They will. A lot of the ones that they do sell are only the ones you can put on the counter. They don't have a hook on the back at all. A lot of the ones that you see.
It's bizarre to me. They used to have a plethora of different frames, and now I think there's maybe 2, which I already own. I don't know. Merchandise to me is in a very weird place. And as much as I love Spirit jerseys,
how
many Spirit jerseys?
The Epcot one. Oh, you're wearing it.
I love it. It's my favorite.
I almost got that one. I almost got that one, actually.
I'm gonna wear that.
This is my favorite Spirit jersey.
I don't like getting anything with
this actually.
That's why I don't buy them.
This feels like a great opportunity for me to talk about
throwing crap in colors on a Spirit jersey. Epcot.
So first of all, Spirit jerseys. A lot of the new ones, you're right, are terrible. But this is also a great. I'm gonna get up for a second. This is a great opportunity for me to brag about a Spirit jersey that I had made, because in case many of you don't know, in Japan we don't have Spirit jerseys because
Correct.
So, which makes me very sad because I fell in love with Spirit jerseys on my trip last year.
Spirit jerseys, I bet.
Yeah.
We would have great Spirit jerseys. But so what I did is instead I went on Etsy and I commissioned someone to make me a Tokyo Disneyland Spirit jersey in the vein of the plain black ones. And it's got puffy lettering and everything.
Oh, cool. It
was the best $60 I ever spent.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's a
I
store
want
in
to try
town.
because I have a cry cut machine, and now they do sell the vinyl that looks like the puff paint or whatever. I've thought about wanting to try to make.
I need to find someone who sells a nice royal blue color, because I want to have a Disney Sea one made too, but I need to find the right royal blue, and so far no one is selling those just yet. So But
So
I really
That's
like this
really
one. I've
cool,
worn it a
though.
few times, and I've even had people, they've stopped me in the park. They're like, "Is that a Spirit jersey that says Tokyo Disneyland? Where did you get that?" I'm like, "I had it made." They're
Because
like,
you
"I
won't
want to
sell
buy one." I'm
them.
like, "I know, because no one will sell them to me here, so I just had one made."
That's really cool because like
But
my
no,
dream is to collect them from like all of the parks I go to, and I was heartbroken when I realized that Tokyo doesn't sell them. So now I'm gonna have to get one made to add
Yeah.
to my collection.
I can refer you to the one who made me this one. Maybe he'll sell
Yes,
it like the same pattern to you. But like on the so
absolutely.
what
We
I
can be
did
twinsies.
is like the that'd be okay with me. But what I had done is the current logo for the park is just the castle, and I was like, well, that would be boring on the front. So what I did is on the front, I had them do the logo from when the park opened in the '80s, with the little
Oh,
D with like the
cute.
stylized Mickey. That's a little different
Super
from
cute.
the old Disney World logo. I'm
I
really
love
proud of
that.
this. I've worn it a few times, and I hope it's like because of course it's like an amateur thing, so like it's a little bit rough, and I'm worried that if I wear it too much and wash it, it's gonna break. So I try to take good care
It's a
of it.
collector's. Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
It's fun to drag out on like important. I might wear it when the 40th rolls around. That'll be fun.
Oh, there you go.
But
So I
I fell
do
in
have
love
a
with Spirit
question.
jerseys.
Baby Tokyo.
Yes.
So we're complaining about, prices over here. How are prices over there for you? Because I remember when I went, it was pretty reasonable, but
So prices here for Americans are still great, and part of that is the fact that Americans make a lot more money than Japanese people do,
yes.
and also the fact that the yen is still very, very weak right now. For Japanese people, things are getting a bit dicey. The ticket prices have gone up 30% since October of 2019. Because it used to be 7,400 a day, and now it's anywhere between 79 and 94 yen per day, and it's fine for Americans. Right now, that's like the highest it goes is like $65, and that's still a lot of that's a good deal for tourists. It is, but again, weak yen. When things stabilize, I think it'll be closer to like $85, $90. Still not terrible, but
no, still cheaper than what we're
for
paying.
people here. So the average American, I prepared a whole article about this that I never got to write. The average, and then I made it into a Twitter thread, but the average American makes something like $65,000 a year. And the average Japanese person makes about $45,000 to $50,000 a year. Their discretionary funds are significantly less. And what I figured out was that if you're taking like a family of 4 from Osaka to Tokyo, which is about halfway across the country, and you stay, like you do the vacation package with all the bundles and the tickets and the staying in the very, very expensive Disney hotels here, it's about a quarter of their discretionary fund for the entire year.
Oh, wow.
And on top of that, the new COO, who is basically in charge because the CEO is a 90-year-old husk who barely remembers his name. All due respect to Kagami-san, but he's old and he doesn't really do very much anymore. The new COO came in last summer, and he was watching what Disney was doing by nickel and diming their guests and seeing as much they could get out of them as possible, and he decided to bring that here. And the lasting legacy of Bob Chapek in Tokyo is that we now have a la carte fast passes, and you have to pay about $20 to see the new nighttime show at Disney Sea from a good portion of the harbor.
That really bothered me. That really bothered me when I saw that.
We kind of talked about earlier, I don't know if you were watching, but like a la carte fast passes for like e-ticket attractions, I'm not happy about it, but especially if you still have a standby line. Like I have a big problem with like Guardians and all, where it's mandatory that you have to basically use the app or pay. Like there should always just be a standby line, always, in my humble opinion. If somebody wants to spend their entire day waiting for a single attraction, let
it be.
Like that's
and we tried.
If that's what they want to do, then that should be
so
fine.
Before we had the a la carte fast passes, we had the world's worst idea ever, which was you had to enter a lottery to ride the ride. So
Yeah.
That's
for
the
those of you
worst
who don't
part.
know, it was the worst idea ever, and people hated it, and it lasted a year somehow.
Oh my gosh, I would have rioted.
When a lot of people were when Beauty and the Beast opened, they decided that instead of opening a standby line, it was like a social distancing thing. They were going to make you enter a lottery, and you got to pick one like 30-minute window out of the day. And if you lost that 30-minute window, then you just didn't get to ride the ride. And what I was told was that the win rate was somewhere around like 20 to 30%. So people would bring their family, like you'd bring the whole family, and like they'd dress up their little girls as Belle, and the boys would be the Beast, be all excited to ride the ride that they're seeing ads for everywhere. And then they lose the lottery, and that's it.
That's sad.
Yeah, that's not cool. But yeah, I mean, if somebody,
it was a disaster for many, many reasons, and they finally did away with it. Asterisk this though, there was a good chunk of the year last year where the lottery didn't have to be turned on because we were only allowed to have 5,000 people per day in the park, which is probably why it lasted a year, 3 or 4 months. Right. But after a year, they wised up and decided it was a bad idea and opened the standby line to people. And lo and behold, they followed the social distancing lines just fine.
But like, how messed up is it that you have to pay to watch a nighttime show? People make shows for everyone to watch.
Draw the line. Shows like that, yeah. So, like it should be.
I've got the app open, and I'm gonna try and like guide this without reflecting on the studio light. So here is Mediterranean Harbor. Yeah. And so you have this area here, which is partly like the vacation packages that are, the $1,000 for 2 nights. And the vacation package viewing area stretches from, I can't do this backwards, from over here all the way down to that center plaza in the first few rows. And then behind them, you have Premier Access, which is the $20 show viewing area. And that stretches the same area as like behind over here as well. Oh, shit. Oh. Shoot. It's hard to do this backwards. And then you can also enter the lottery. And the lottery is free. And it's like a 10 or 15% win rate. And you can stand, I think, you get to like sit on this side over here as well. Oh, and this little divot right here is also like vacation package or Premier Access. And the only free places to watch the show are along the bridge over here, which is a really bad view. Or wait, there it is. Along this bridge over here, there's like a small little area at the edge of Fortress Explorations that you can watch from the corner that isn't very good. Or you can do what Tom and I did on the first preview day, and you can stand on this bridge by Journey to the Center of the Earth. And from there, you can see the projections, which is good. But it's still really distant and far away.
That's so unfortunate.
I wonder if that was the Harmonious plan originally, too, because of the way it's designed.
I hope not.
But, and they're just
I would be willing to bet it was.
And it's like, no one's going to pay for this.
Oh, man.
Well, people are paying for it here, but the show also just debuted, so who knows?
Yeah.
Well, not only that.
Is the show bad though? Because like we watched Harmonious and we instantly
no, the show is really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
See,
the show is great.
That's the difference.
For a good show. And I think the other
we love Tom and I both love to believe. Little spoiler for his honest review. For any of you who are planning to watch later, cover your ears or mute your YouTube or whatever. Tom and I were sitting there on like the first preview night, and we finished filming. And he said, I feel the same way about this show, that way I felt the first time I saw World of Color.
Wow. That's high praise.
That's really sweet.
It's a really good, I like World of Color more personally, but I love Believe Sea of Dreams. It's really good. But that's the thing though, is they're putting in all these little inequalities. Like you have to pay $15 to ride Beauty and the Beast or Soaring or Toy Story Mania. And now they're going to make it $10 to ride Splash Mountain, Happy Ride with Baymax, Tower of Terror, and Journey to the Center of the Earth. And all of these do have standby lines still, and they're going to continue having standby lines. But they're adding all of these little like nickel and dime things that Disney was doing that we all thought OLC would be immune to. Not true anymore.
That's unfortunate.
Also, I'm sorry, but who's going to pay $10 for Happy Ride with Baymax?
That was like, I sneered. I'm like, really? Like,
yeah.
I won't even wait. Like, I love Baymax. It's a fun ride. The music is incredible. I don't want to wait more than like 30 minutes for it, honestly.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, I obviously haven't done that one, but like, there's a huge gap between like Mater's and Swirling Saucers to me. Like, the difference, like, they're the same ride, but Mater's is just much more fun.
Mater's is so much more fun.
It's just,
and the music, I think, is it.
Some theming, I think some theming and all just translates better to whatever the ride system is than others.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it's outside too helps a lot, I think.
I think so.
All the other ones being covered is kind of I think it's a point against them for most of those other rides.
Spencer, let me ask you this, because we kind of kicked off our chat portion. Them having the pay queues for these things, is it or maybe yet to be seen, is it messing up the standby queues and making everybody wait longer? Or are they kind of figuring out the balance?
A little bit. It's hard to say because right now we're in the middle of this huge attendance boom because they're selling tickets for like $20 off as part of the government's vaccine discount program.
Oh.
So the parks are just slammed every day, no matter what. And it's really hard to take what's going on right now and put it into context. When I was there in July, after they put Premier Access in at Beauty and the Beast, the lines had gone up a little bit. Because usually it would be about like 75 to 90 minutes. And then when they put DPA in, it became about, usually the lowest it gets now is 100, but it's usually 100 to 120 now for standby.
Okay.
Got you.
Wow.
So yeah,
it's not a
circling back to your original
all.
question. Circling back to your original question, things are not great. Things are getting more and more expensive, and I know a lot of people who are going to Disney a lot less, even fans, because they don't want to cough up for the much more expensive tickets and then all the upcharges that are not coming with it. And everyone's getting squeezed by the yen being weak on top of that.
It's what's happening here. And like, if you're like me, and I don't know about the rest of y'all, but in 2019, I had to let my annual pass lapse.
Oh yeah, mine lapsed too.
What's an annual pass? I need to hear about that.
Right? And then I missed.
Well, it's not like we can get ours back, so.
Yeah, I missed that.
You guys got yours back.
No, we didn't.
Well,
I mean,
like Ashley and I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed the teeny tiny window that they were selling it, and so now I'm just stuck. And I spent so many tickets last year. I think I probably paid for dang near two annual passes would have cost me in tickets last year.
Well, and I love my dear sweet boyfriend who knows nothing about, like, when I plan a Disney trip, I'm just like I just tell him how much it costs, and he doesn't know what goes into it. I'm just like, here's what we're spending, and that's it. But he was like, he was asking me, and I was like, yeah, it's just so much easier if we had annual passes. And he was like, well, why don't we just buy those? I'm like, because we can't, sir. We can't.
Very bitter about it. I am missing prime time that Audrey is free, that I could be going down all the time with my parents. And we are now clicking down the clock to 2 years old. And I am missing that prime time, and I'm so annoyed.
We used to do a lot of long weekends when we had the APs. Like, we went like them 3-4 times a year. Flights were the killer thing for us. And now it's like we're possibly doing 3 weeks in Orlando next year, but we're like, what are we going to buy? Are we going to buy Universal passes, or like, are we going to do, like, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
It's just,
even here, I feel like it's been because, like, you know, you guys all don't live in Orlando, I live in, so I'm like the
Right.
local who would be there, like,
Yeah.
on a random Thursday night or something. There would be times all the time when I'd just be like, man, I'm really craving like a Reuben from New York Deli. I'm going to go down to Disney. And I would go and I'd spend money in the park. Imagine that.
Yeah.
And have dinner and maybe even like shop a little bit. There was always new stuff,
Shop a little bit,
either
and
for
not
myself or for
necessarily-
Tom.
Yeah, and not necessarily ride anything. So everything you're doing is generating revenue for them, technically. Because, I mean, once
Yeah.
you've bought a
And
ticket,
even-
some people don't make any more revenue on the attractions. That's just what brings you in
Yeah.
to spend money. But you're spending money.
Yeah.
That's why I never understood Chapek's philosophy that annual pass holders don't spend money. If anything, we spend more money because we're conned into thinking that we've come to the park for free. And I mean, once you go a certain amount of times, it is basically free. But you know what I mean? Like, you're spending more money on merch and food because you've already paid for your ticket well and above.
That's his problem. He was looking at ROI per visit or per entry and things like that, and he's not looking at overall. And that's the problem when you look through things with a spreadsheet.
Mhm.
That's what's
'Cause he
happening
was a
here
robot.
too. The last couple years of revenue reports from OLC have been emphasizing how much they've brought up guest spend. Guest spend before COVID kind of leveled out for about 10 years at around 10,000 yen per guest. And it really hadn't jumped all that much before, like once 2021 hit and they started hiking prices of food and tickets and merchandise, and then introducing DPA on top of that. Now it's gone up 40 or 50%. Now it's, I think, 14,000, and their goal is to get it up, I think, to 17,000 by the time 24 hits.
Wow.
They really want per guest to be the defining factor of revenue for the parks.
Well, hopefully they course correct a little bit after seeing what just happened to Chapek and the blaze of glory that he went out in.
Yeah, I mean, I still love that story.
And now they've gotten to see how it ends. Hopefully,
Disney and OLC definitely have a very Disney and OLC definitely have a very adversarial relationship a lot of the time. But they definitely watch what each other does.
Right, you can still learn from mistakes, and that, I mean,
there is no story greater than Chapek being told that he's being let go like minutes before the story breaks. I am convinced that's the greatest thing in history.
At 10:45 p.m. on a Sunday night.
On a Sunday night.
And from what I've heard, the just brevity of the call is just like, you're out. We'll have our lawyers call you. That was it, supposedly.
Perfect. Can you imagine how he felt? Like, do you think that he realized that he screwed up? Like, or do you think he was just like, I just got in a bad break?
Was it the New York Times article? There was a recent article that came out right before Thanksgiving a few days ago. That
I think that was the Wall Street Journal article.
Was it the Wall Street Journal article? Like, he had heard rumblings that somebody was trying to oust him, and he had started to hear rumors, but he didn't realize he was still completely blindsided. Didn't know it was coming. Didn't know it had gotten as far as it had. But I think he was starting to catch on that something was up.
Okay.
Within the past 2 weeks.
When you make an enemy of your customers, your coworkers, your talent, your
shareholders,
the
most important ones.
I mean, the start of this goes back to the Scarlett Johansson thing. I think.
Oh yeah,
true. Wanted to stop working. That was his ego of his management style hurting the talent and making people not want to work with him. That was the first.
It's like he saw the final days of Eisner's era and said, "Hold my beer."
The big warning shots for Chapek were Scarlett Johansson, "Don't Say Gay," and the last earnings call when they announced the massive losses from Disney Plus.
He really screwed up with that "Don't Say Gay" stuff. He made a lot of enemies, and he tried to walk it back way too late.
No.
And
And again, it would have been so simple. Just do what all the other companies did. Release a very basic PR statement. We donate to everybody because we want to have healthy, productive relationships regardless of who wins. Like, let's face it, in America, if you look at who donates to, like, they donate to both sides of the aisle. I'm not, whichever side you agree
That's
with,
how you get
it
stuff
didn't
done.
really matter.
Right. My brother is a lobbyist. He goes to every candidate for his clients and just says, like, literally, he'll go to every candidate.
Like, that's how you play the game. Like, it didn't need to be what it was. And hell, you could have pulled what Nike and any other company that does business prominently in Florida. I don't even know if Nike is one. That was just my shoes are on the floor, and that's what I saw. But you know what I mean? Like, Universal, any of them, you could have pulled and be like, well, here's what they donated to everybody if you wanted to, like, divert attention. And it was so simple.
And today, so right before I was supposed to get off today, I had to write an article about how Bob Chapek's former chief of staff was let go earlier this week. His name is Arthur Beckner, I think. And he had like worked in consumer products for 10 years with Chapek, and Chapek brought him up to be his chief of staff when he got promoted. And apparently he was also Chapek's speechwriter. So a lot of the stuff he said wasn't even Chapek; it was this guy.
Really?
And
so this is Mr. Synergy Machine?
He was demoted in August because apparently Chapek's speech for the Q3 earnings call was so bad that there was like a note. I didn't listen to the call because I came on after that at the time.
Yeah, but, Katie listened to it.
Apparently his speech was so bad that they let go of Beckner and demoted him to like vice president of communication strategies or something like that. But he was the one who crafted the Scarlett Johansson response and all of his earnings call speeches and the response to Don't Say Gay and just all of the reasons why he was clearly fired.
I mean, from a PR perspective, there's just so much wrong. Like, I understand, like, maybe the earnings calls, you have to say, you know, the unfavorable, like, those are things you put in the paper. And I understand that. As much as I hate finance talk and business speak.
You have to.
I have a business
degree.
You
do. I mean, Disney is a corporation.
But it's buzzword bingo, and I was arguing on Twitter and someone said the term of art. No, it's not a term of art. It is business people trying to sound as smart as the engineers and the tech people who work with them.
I was going to say, Ron, you're a lawyer. You know, like, art term. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you've been around this stuff.
Yeah.
I went to business school. These people were people, particularly, like, some of them, I'm like, you couldn't have survived in any other environment in this college. Business school is not. I don't have a lot of respect for my peers with business degrees, and that's as someone who just had one. I mean, I used to walk out of class and just like the teacher's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "Well, you're not teaching me anything. I have an A. I'm going to the bar." And like half the class went out with me and used me as a study group. That's just the way it was, and that was because even though I was a business major, I was the way UCF worked at the time, like. IT project management was a sub-degree of a regular management degree for me. So I was kind of, this is what I wanted to do, but I had to take all these business classes like finance and all that stuff. And like, I understand it all. I just, like, if you focus on these things as opposed to what your actual business is and talk like someone who's not in your line of business when you're talking to the financiers, it looks bad. But he went beyond that. He would use these same terms in interviews and things like, as I said before, the synergy machine is the worst.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Even is that?
Calling yes, we have a great synergy across all our brands is very different than calling our brand as a synergy machine.
A synergy machine.
And it's perspective. Like, the synergy thing was the first thing we got taught in traditions, if I remember. Did they do that for you?
Yes, that, and I mean the 4 keys I think was technically but like, yes, when talking about the company, that was the first thing, like everything is integrated, it's all centered. Yeah.
my era was Lion King, and it's like the movie came out. We have this attraction here. We have this attraction at Animal Kingdom. All of Animal Kingdom kind of ties into this. Blah 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 blah. We're doing the TV shows. We bring all of our lines of business together, and that's synergy. But they were talking about it, and that synergy is not your brand. Synergy
is how you
your brand.
Helps the brand.
Right. It, and you draw revenue from it. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't refer to your brand that way. And like, Chapek was the guy who the Peter principle managed to fail up. Like, everything he did until he got to parks was, I think, jobs almost nobody can fail at. Selling ketchup. Selling the #1 brand of ketchup. Unless you, like what have they failed at? Trying to make it purple. That might have, I don't even know if that was him in the era.
I was going to say, was that Chapek? I have questions.
I think that might have been later. He'd been with Disney since '93.
Oh wow, I didn't realize
it was after that.
And then
he started off at Disney and home video.
Like, that was the hottest thing in the world. You can't mess that market up until you start selling too many direct-to-video movies, and people didn't like that. And then that happened, and then consumer products in general, like, he thinks he was selling these products. Were selling the products. The little girls
who isn't going to buy like Mickey Mouse branded stuff or Disney Princess stuff, or Cars is the biggest merchandise franchise on the planet, and people are buying the heck out of that. I mean,
and it's not because you see the commercials for Lightning McQueen toys. It's because they see the movie and they like Lightning McQueen.
Car. Yeah. It's and here's why
kids, especially boys, tend to be into cars.
Into cars. Yes. So, and that's why I'll always say, like, okay, fine. Chapek might have had a speechwriter that we can blame on some of this, but ultimately it was all of it was his decisions. Like, he looked at that and was like, yep, that's good. That's what I want to say. And then again, like Ron said, like when he got in interviews, pulling words from these stupid speeches and repeating them in what is supposed to be a natural conversation, that's all completely on him.
Yeah. I mean,
unless we forget the way that he just
like
he was a pretty terrible public speaker, though. That's what I was about to say.
You can tell he was being coached, and he was trying to work on that. You know what? The beard did make him seem a lot more likable, like as a look and things like that. Like,
I'll give you that.
He didn't look like a thumb
the Obadiah Stane look.
Yeah, he didn't look like a robot. Yes.
I was gonna say
he just looks like the villain from Iron Man.
No, but it still made him look human as opposed to.
Yes, I was gonna say conspiracy theory. Do you think he grew the beard legitimately so people would stop calling him a robot?
Actually, not the robot, but someone said like the beard, the way he moves his hands. Were specific things people are coached to do when they want to seem more personable. And I will say, Iger, when he started, was somewhat personable, but he definitely evolved more into the role. But I mean,
Iger also came from broadcast television, so
he started
had a point in his favor
presenter like 40 years ago. But like, you can see he got back into it. I don't think he was comfortable speaking in that role, but he was comfortable speaking. Iger seemed like he's like, bye, like he wanted to get out of there, but his ego wouldn't let him do it. And we know from a lot of the behind the scenes stuff Tom has hinted at is his ego played into a lot of this. He had to be the one doing this.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it got to a point. Yes, with the ego, I think it got to a point of pride, especially because let's face it, we started. And many Disney fans started ragging him when he was in parks. Again, nobody knew who he was before that. Nobody cared. He was apparently with the company since '93 selling crap. Nobody cared. But when he became parks, people started making fun of him. And I think it did. I think it tweaked his ego. And it was almost, okay, I have to prove to them that they're wrong. I have to prove to them that I can do this.
Let us never forget how...
And
let us never forget how
I don't know what their problem is.
Let us never forget how how Bob Chapek's secretary or something called Tom after it was Chapek all along, went up on YouTube and told him how mean it was for them to be making fun of the CEO of
laughed
Disney.
for a solid 20 minutes about that. I could not. Like, who?
God.
I'm sorry. If
Was that
I'm
a public
making
story, or is that
dollars,
something we?
That's a public story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's some things I know that are not public here.
Yeah. No, I think Tom did tweet
that one. I know that we've talked about.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I'm
the fact that someone is watching our little internet show,
company, right? Like, I don't care. Let alone am I making somebody not only, I don't know if they were making them watch the show or somebody just stumbled across it. But either way, somebody shows me a clip of people making fun of me on the internet. And again, I'm making millions of dollars running a $1 billion company. I don't give a what anybody is saying about me on the internet. I don't care, because
I'm making
at the end of
millions
the day,
of dollars.
that's
These
where
people mean nothing to me.
Like, I'm more successful than you. I'm making more money than you, and I'm running this company. Who cares? And the fact that you are that bothered.
And like, not making this a political analogy, but like, it was like Trump with CNN. He cared what they said too much.
Yes.
And he focused on what they said.
Yeah, you're sitting there just hyper fixating on all the negative things being said about you. It's like, you should have more important things happening right now. Why does this matter?
Right. Like, just you do your job and don't worry about that.
I would wipe my tears with my face.
Exactly. Somebody mentioned, like,
that's
tomorrow
the best joke.
Been blameless in this. Yes and no. I think Tomorrow has to shoulder a little bit of blame, but I think there was definitely direction coming down on him. And like, people saying, like, well, you blame Chapek when he was head of the parks, and then you blame him when he was CEO and not Tomorrow. It's like, well, that's because of their management style. From everything I've heard, Iger was very
being told
much
what to do.
He was always very much a let people do their jobs. I'm not going to intervene until I think screwing up majorly. Let people do their jobs.
And people have talked about when Tomorrow was
like Eisner, but Eisner knew, like, Eisner was a micromanager because he had ideas, not a spreadsheet.
And
Eisner,
I've also heard a lot of positive things.
To be involved and thought he had the best idea. Chapek just wanted to make money.
And I've heard a lot of good things too about when Josh was running Disneyland. People seem to have a lot of good things to say about his years when he was president.
When he didn't have, and again, when he didn't have Chapek kind of breathing down his neck, because that's, I think people have faith because he demonstrated that he could do things well with a different manager. And so there's a little
and he has made some. He's also made some moves that restore confidence a little bit. I mean, I think saying, clearly Disney Enchantment sucks. We need to bring back Happily Ever After. People aren't responding to Harmonious and it ruins the views. Maybe we should change that. All these decisions like that he's made, I think are pretty indicative of the fact that Tomorrow might not be Tom Staggs in the same way, but he might lean in that same direction of, I'm going to get out of the way for the people who know what they're doing. And we're going to listen to our guests a little bit more, even if it means spending some extra money.
Right. There is, and his job is to make money. Let's not forget, like, his job is not to make us happy as rabid fans, but his job is to understand what rabid fans spend, and that we are going out and apostolizing for the parks. And if we're not saying good things, that's a lot of their marketing. Then they have to spend a lot more on marketing, like things like that. Like, and I think he understands.
Let us also.
The stories I've heard come from, like, cast members and stuff like that. It's like he is talking to us. And there was a story. One of the, I forget who it was. Was it Jim Scholl or somebody else? No, it was somebody else who just left Imagineering recently, who was saying, like, Chapek is the I've been with the company for X years. Chapek is the first person who was ever head of the parks or CEO on their first week on those jobs did not come to WDI and say, "What are you working on? What are you doing this?" Yeah, he's like, "I've
that's
been
a
through
bad
dozens
look.
of these."
I believe it, but that's bad.
That's a bad
I think
look.
that was Eddie Sato. I can't remember, but I think that was Eddie Sato.
But he's like, everybody else, like, how many like heads of parks have I gone through or heads of resorts? He's the only one who never did that.
That's not
and
promising
if you're going through like this giant purview, you might have to take a few trips, but go say hi to your management in California, your Imagineers, Florida, Paris, Hong Kong, even go to Tokyo and say hi to the OLC people. I mean, that's what I would do.
Because we couldn't figure out how to get from LA to Florida in 12 hours. So
this is true. He was convinced it wasn't a thing.
We actually had a theory about whether Josh was supposed to be here, because there was a VIP showing of Believe Sea of Dreams on November 10th, the day before the show opened. And it turns out a good chunk of Disneyland's ops team was here, and a bunch of what's left of the husk of WDI, a lot of them were here too. And we were trying to figure out whether Josh was here as well for that, because at some point we're pretty sure he's seen the show, like he's come to Tokyo and seen the show, either when it was in rehearsals forever or on the VIP night. And it turns out he was at a fundraiser in Orlando with Magic Johnson on the night of the VIP dinner. But it was surprising to us because we're sitting there, we're like, is Josh here? Do we know if Josh is here or not? Because it was something that we would have expected a little bit, that he would be present in the parks. Like Michael Colglazer was around all the time when he was in charge of international parks. And I think he ended up as president of Hong Kong for several years, and he was still in Tokyo all the time.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. But it goes to show what kind of management, like Ashley was saying, what kind of management style he had. The fact that he doesn't care about his employees and barely pays lip service to them, let alone actually, speaking to them and trying to listen to the things that are important to the cast members.
I mean, these are the people who are making you money at the end of the day. Like, and I mean, that's why the Lake Nona move should have never even been a thing. Like, as soon as he heard the backlash from those Imagineers, he should have been like, "This is a bad idea. I walk it back. I'm sorry."
You should have talked to them first. And again, that's just not understanding the company on several different levels. Like, WGI is in, like, that is the heart and soul.
They're
of
California,
apart from animation. Like, those are the two.
And they're California people for sure.
They're California
people. There is history there. There is like that. If you wanted to open like a secondary, like smaller spot in Lake Nona for people who
even split it so they have like people can go back and forth.
That's what I'm saying. Like split it so you have WDI people in Florida. So when you're building things in Florida, they have a base of operations, especially with all the expansion.
I mean,
everything they're allegedly doing.
Every Disney resort does have a portfolio office of, the people who are working on it at all times. And they have their branch offices. We have them here. I think the one in Florida is behind Epcot, isn't it?
It was a couple of trailers behind Epcot. Yeah, but...
if you want to build like an actual base of operations for them to be able to expand and work on things in Florida, that makes sense. But it shouldn't have been, we're moving all of you.
Here, even that, like... Sometimes the Imagineers don't understand the differences between Florida and California when they design things. Sun and hues and things like that. They forget the rain and the heat and all that. And that's something that I think...
There's no shade in Toy Story Land.
Right.
We're going to put down a concrete slab with no shade in Florida.
Well, I think that had more to do with budget cuts than WDI design.
Well, the concept I've always heard, I think even Tom said this, is it's a mess at first because WDI has to cut a certain amount of budget when they're building things because it's coming out of their budget. Ops has a park improvement budget, so once they see that, they could go and add the awnings and things like that. And that's both an annoyance and a reality. Like, it's like, okay,
It's
like
asinine, is what it is.
like you could say like
Build it right
yes,
the
this
first
is.
time.
I'd rather have them cut some shade than cut show elements. Definitely, if we know the shade can be added easier later.
Yeah.
But it's just like okay, like it's the whole thing. It's like it's still under Parks and Resorts. Like, why are we making this a line item budget
Right, that's
thing?
what I'm saying. Like, it's asinine to make
Yeah.
it that complicated.
Fix
Just
it.
build it correctly the first time.
It's
Yeah.
like the same. There's a story I always tell. I remember hearing like when I talk about interdepartment budgets is back when before the merger is there was a joke on The Simpsons where they were making fun of Fox News. And somebody at Fox News got angry and wanted to sue The Simpsons. And I think the quote from Rupert Murdoch, I don't know if this is true or apocryphal. The quote from Rupert Murdoch is, yeah, I'm going to take money out of this pocket, give 30% to a lawyer, and put the rest back in this pocket. Because that's how the budget's going to work.
That's how it would work.
So and I think it's people who have, and I understand you have to protect your own little fiefdoms or whatever when you're ahead, but like, it's just like, you should be able to go to like the head of Parks and Resorts who oversees Imagineering and park operations and go, hey, can we shift a little bit of our budget to this so we just get this done right away? And that's something I think, depending on who the boss is, you can do or you can't do.
Yeah, and I think it's very clear that under Chapek you couldn't do.
No.
Well, he took the whole. One of the things was that happened the last few weeks. Supposedly, was he took everybody else's budget abilities away. Like he was saying, "Sorry, you can't tell me. Like the producers of this film aren't going to tell me how much this film is going to cost. I'm going to tell them how much this film is going to cost." And supposedly, the rumor has it that what was his number two, the other bald guy that got fired?
Kareem Daniel.
Kareem Daniel supposedly had that conversation with Kevin Feige 2 weeks ago, and that was one of the last nails in the coffin. Supposedly he was
let me tell it to Kevin Feige. Oh boy.
Yeah, let me
I actually said for a while, I was like, if it comes, there's going to be a part where he ticks off Feige, and Feige's going to go to the board and go, it's him or me, and who are they going to keep? Because apparently
they're keeping
the same story I heard this from was before they got Gunn, Zaslav, who might be almost as bad as Chapek in some aspects of running a media company, was reaching out to Feige. He says, what would it cost you to get you from Disney to come run DC?
Oh, wow.
That was a conversation that supposedly happened.
I could not imagine that.
But I mean, and he already, I'm sure he'd already ticked off, like not clearly as bad as trying to tell him how much he's going to spend, but I know Feige wasn't happy with the whole Scarlett Johansson
Spider-Man show getting cut was part of it.
And the
they cut an MC Spider-Man, so it's like that's what you're cutting your budget on. The MCU stuff and the Star Wars stuff is driving probably most of the Disney Plus subscriptions at this point.
Right, and we're gonna. None of it made any sense. Well, and didn't
that being said, in the Wall Street Journal today, they did come out and say that Disney spent, I think, somewhere around like $30 billion on content for Disney Plus, and they're only pulling in, I think, $18 billion in subscriptions per year.
Well, that's what they
said. Another big part of the reason that got him fired was just the fact that Chapek was kind of cooking the books a little bit on how much they were spending on Disney Plus.
I was going to say, it came out that he was cooking the books, because that makes you wonder, that's what they actually got tagged for.
He was shifting stuff to Disney. He was like, oh, we're going to let even though this is a Disney Plus show, we're going to like what they're doing now in Andor. They're going to do it the other way, and so we can shift the budget. But and then the week came up
with Channel has to eat the production cost. Yeah.
This week came up like Disenchanted. Why did that go to Disney Plus first? The first movie made $350 million at the domestic box office.
Absolutely,
even if you're only going to make $50 million, putting it at the box office for a week, that's still $50 million more. No one's canceling their Disney Plus subscription because it went to the box office, and no one's subscribing just for Disenchanted. No one's subscribing for one thing. I think we're going to see more stuff back on that. Like Warner kind of did the same thing with HBO. It's like day and date premieres. We're doing it in the theater, and we're doing it on that, and that ticked off a lot of their partners too. And they said, okay, we're going to shift to 6 weeks or 2 months or whatever they're doing now of exclusive in theaters. And I think we're going to see more of that with the
that's
movie.
what Disney's doing now. With they did it with Encanto and Lightyear, and now they're doing it with Strange World, I would imagine, where it's going to be 45 days and then it'll go to Plus. And even though Strange World is set up to be a flop, it looks like.
I know.
And I think
I haven't read that.
Was that Chapek
Strange World is
trying
fine,
to kill
but
theatrical movies and move it over? I'm probably not going to get a chance to see that one until it comes to Disney Plus, but I really do want to see it.
I do too.
It's fine.
Strange
World reminded me of. So, like, my tangent about Strange World is just the fact that Strange World reminds me of Raya, in which it feels like nothing really happens and then it just ends.
Okay.
It's fine. I liked Raya too. I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it again, but it's not bad either. I mean,
yeah.
I really like Raya.
I think that Iger needs to.
It's definitely better than watching Lightyear. I'll tell you that right now.
I haven't seen Lightyear, and I don't plan on seeing it.
Lightyear was bad.
I didn't hate Lightyear, but there was a series of bad choices that it's like from people who never watched Toy Story, like the whole. Like,
and didn't really understand why Toy Story was popular.
Here, I still say it. I think I've said this on the air before. Is here you could fix Lightyear with 2 things. One, show the movie the way it is. Get rid of that stupid title card at the beginning that says, this was the movie Andy watched, you know? Just show the movie on its own, and then at the end of the movie, you can even do this as the credit scene, is cut to Buzz and Rex watching the movie on TV and goes, wow, this reboot was kind of weird, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And acknowledge that was a reboot. And that would fix 90% of my problems with that movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Disney, hire us. We're your next creative team right here.
You're full of ideas.
I definitely I remember watching Turning Red when it came out on Disney Plus, and when the end, like the climax in the movie came around, I'm like, wow, this would have been really cool to see in theaters. And I kind of felt the same way too about Luca. Like, I get it, we were still a lot more focused on COVID prevention at the time.
Yeah, Luca
but
was
it still would have been nice to see. It still would have been nice to see Luca, have the option at least to see it in
Luca got done dirty, I think, because I think Luca is one of the
most
awesome things they've done in years.
The fate of Soul was unavoidable. Luca kind of was too, but by the time we got to Turning Red, I feel like it was them intentionally being malicious towards Pixar specifically about it. Because Raya got a release, and so did Encanto, and they still said, no Turning Red.
Well, I mean, that's what
and that's kind of the other thing is Raya got a release and Luca didn't. So
yeah, Iger has to stop the streaming bleeding first and foremost before the company just goes bankrupt. Like, they're losing too much money.
That's not just them. That's streaming trying to build this content. I understand. Like, release one, just merge Hulu and Disney Plus and have a password protection if you want to keep kids out of certain stuff. That's what it is in almost every other country, right? Like, you have a lot, don't you have a lot of the Hulu stuff on your Disney Plus? Or do you have a US VPN? I'm looking at...
Spencer,
yeah. Actually, so it's kind of complicated. Hulu is actually Japan is the only other country that Hulu is in, and it's not even, it's a licensed version, and it's really weird. We have Star on a lot of our, like, a lot of Disney Plus stuff is Star, which is like Asia Pacific, like, cable network, I think. So a lot of that stuff gets bunched in with us. But I mean, a lot of things that you probably would see on Hulu do end up on Disney Plus or Netflix here generally.
Yeah, so that's what it is. Like, a lot of your there are R-rated movies on Disney Plus in Australia or whatever because that's just one.
We have R-rated movies on Disney Plus.
And you know what?
Okay.
And now that I don't have the 3-year like subscription anymore. Like you guys, I assumed had that originally, right? The original initial 3-year.
Oh, and everything got changed.
What did you do? Did you go to yearly? Did you go to monthly, or did you do the bundle to keep it?
Wait,
I did the bundle because I already had Hulu.
I did the bundle. Yeah, I just let it roll to whatever I had.
I never had Hulu, and I'm on my family's account. So we started off as month-to-month subscribers for Disney Plus.
I'm monthly on Disney Plus right now because
the day that the bundle came out, I signed up for it immediately, and I've had that since.
See, I didn't do the bundle until now because I had paid for 3 years, and I actually thought I was going to get the World Cup when I got ESPN. I guess I don't, but
ESPN is a joke. You get nothing good with that.
No, I subscribed once, I think, for the Euro Cup. I used it, and that's for the 1 month I had it, and that was it.
You know, I'm feeling a lot more smug about not caring about sports right now.
I barely watch it. I used to spend every Saturday, me and my friends would go to the bar. Boston has, was one of the cities that has this is the bar this team goes to. And we would go to the Texas bar and watch the UT games, then go to the Florida bar to watch the Florida games because those are the teams me and my friends root for. And then we would just go all day and watch NFL games. And this was things, single guys in their 20s would do, but we can't do that anymore. Yes. And since I love football, I just don't watch it as much as I do. And I only watch the international soccer tournaments usually. But since most of the games are on before or are on so early, I haven't been watching the World Cup, which is the first one in 20 years I haven't watched.
Well, with football, there's an accessibility issue. Like, if you don't have cable, which we don't, there isn't a ton of options to be able to watch the games. Like, I know Ben, when he realized that we had ESPN Plus, he was like, "Oh, we could just watch the games there." And I was like, "No. We have to use my parents' DirecTV for that." It's so ridiculous.
Well, I get CBS through Paramount. I get some CBS Live feed through Paramount Plus, and I get some NBC Live feeds through Peacock. Why doesn't Disney with their bundle? Why don't I get an ABC feed? I think I might with Hulu, but they want to sell the Hulu Live, so I probably don't get it.
Right.
I would imagine it might be part of their agreements with YouTube TV and the other
that
paid live streaming live TV things.
I know.
But the other services,
because Disney. Well, here's the thing: Disney and Google have been fighting a lot, and Disney charges these ridiculously high fees to carry their channels. So I would imagine YouTube probably put a rider in their contract that's like, okay, if we're paying these ridiculous fees, then you can't just throw it on Disney Plus.
But it's specifically always been the Disney Channel. I remember I did some of this papers on this in law school. The average channel per viewer was say History Channel. Well, not even History because that was partially say Discovery Channel was something like 40 cents a user. That they would get the commission for, and then Disney Channel was $1.50, but ESPN was was $3 an issue at the time. So that's how much more because those were driving forces. And don't forget, Disney Plus, or I mean, not Disney Plus, Disney Channel used to be an HBO style thing. You had to buy it specifically. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, Disney Channel moved to. I mean, up until the late '90s, Disney Channel was.
I think
Disney
it was
Channel went into basic cable in the late '90s.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it used to be a premium
cable. It was always premium cable wherever we lived.
And then it wasn't as expensive. It wasn't as expensive as HBO, which was always been $10 or $15 a month. It was HBO has always been expensive for that. It was only a couple bucks a month if I remember one of my parents talking in the 80s. And I just remember a conversation. My dad's like, "Oh, I'm going to cancel Disney Channel and HBO because you don't watch them." I thought this was me at 7, right? I'm like, "Oh, I thought it was long distance. I thought we got charged the more we watched it, so I wasn't watching it."
Oh, bless your heart.
Wow.
But now, I still I subscribe to 19 different streaming services. I'm thinking I've got Peacock,
which is ridiculous.
HBO, Disney, Hulu, Netflix,
We share
Stars,
amongst my family.
Hallmark,
I think
BritBox.
I share.
So everybody in the family divvies up. Like, I think my brother pays for Peacock, we pay for Netflix, and like everybody just shares to
some
try
of these
to.
I get free from different services anyway.
I've
like
got
HBO comes with my phone and stuff like that.
Oh,
Right, yeah.
I get Disney Plus and Netflix through my family, and then I use Plex for the rest and acquire content in ways.
That's how we do
Well,
it too.
Yeah.
We have our
I
little
also
server in our
have, like,
basement.
my iTunes
Plex is the
library.
greatest software to ever exist. I'm telling you right now.
I don't like
But
using it. Like,
I also the frustrating thing about
I-
living in Japan and liking Western content is there's some stuff that you can't find legally at all in Japan. Like I can't. One of my favorite shows in the world is 30 Rock, and there is nowhere to stream 30 Rock legally in Japan anymore. It got taken off of Netflix a while ago, and it just vanished.
I have the same thing with a lot of BBC content. A lot of it is now on BritBox that they've kind of worked on that, but like there's things I had a VPN for just to get into UK like subscription services, or I still use a VPN to get new episodes of Bluey before they come to the US, like VPN to Australia. But like I buy a lot of movies through iTunes too. Like I usually only get things on the $5 sale or when they had the disc to digital thing on Vudu. Like my personal iTunes library is now like close to 2,100 movies, and I don't even know how many TV series. My joking is like how Blockbuster used to say 10,000 movies was their slogan. That's my goal to get to eventually. But like, I'm running out of things I want.
Oh no!
If you'll believe it, actually, the most difficult thing to find a lot of the time is Japanese movies. So, because Japanese content, even in Japan, Japanese content is very like analog focused, and they're very wary of streaming in any form. Like it was only about 3 years ago when a lot of like because Tokyo Disney has released everything on CD. They're kind of famous for doing that. But it was only about 3 years ago that they finally started putting their music on Spotify and Apple Music, despite all these releases coming regularly. Up until then, you had to buy the CD physically. And the same, like this semester, for my Japanese minor, I had to take a class it was like the relationships of parents and children in Japanese media. And part of it was required watching some movies, like Japanese movies. And a couple of them were on Disney Plus, amazingly enough. But most of them I had to find online through WIGS, or I had to go rent it at a physical video store like Blockbuster, because it's still 2,000 in Japan in some ways. Yeah. So like a couple weeks ago, I was trying to watch this movie called Wolf Children, which came out in 2012. It's an anime movie. It was very popular, won a lot of awards. It doesn't stream anywhere. It wasn't on Netflix. It wasn't on Disney Plus. It was on I think I could get it on Amazon Prime, like as a rental for $7. But it also didn't have English subtitles, which the DVD version did. Amazon Prime Video in Japan, I get Amazon Prime, but I don't use Amazon Prime Video because if you watch stuff in English, it has Japanese subtitles turned in and you can't take them out. Which drives me nuts when I'm at the movies already. I don't need that at home. So, but like I had to pay to rent it, and it's a new movie, and it was so popular. But I had to go to Tsutaya and rent the Blu-ray in order to watch it.
Well,
that's wild.
Even things here, like my brother-in-law was just saying, like he was going to buy some anime series on iTunes like this week, and it was a big one, like Naruto or something like that, and it's gone. They just pulled it. You can't get it anymore. It used to be there. It's not.
So in the US, the problem with that is Crunchyroll, which is the anime streaming service, and they've bought up
And
a bunch of the
Funimation too.
Everything.
They bought up like Funimation.
Everything.
I think they have like an exclusivity thing with Aniplex now too. They're trying to make this anime monopoly basically, and they're getting it off everywhere else.
Some of the things from Funimation that used to not go on sale, they did start selling, and then things are changing. But like even like you buy the Studio Ghibli movies on like, you know, most things these days, if you buy a Blu-ray, it'll have a digital copy. They don't keep them. Like you don't get the digital copies with it. Those movies never go on sale. They're ones that I want. I'm trying to get all of the like. Andy is she's obsessed with Totoro right now, and I'm very happy about that. But on the other hand, like trying to buy any Totoro toys is insanely expensive here. They're like $35
if you
for a
want some help.
pig.
If you want some help, I can send you stuff in small package shipping. Just let me know.
I've thought about talking to that, but I also found Alibaba has some of it that I've been able to get through. Like Totoro.
So if you want to add insult to injury to that, a lot of Ghibli movies, I believe, stream on Netflix now, and they stream in just about every country except for Japan, where you can't stream them because Miyazaki himself said no streaming in Japan, and you have to go buy the Blu-ray or rent it.
I think they're on HBO here, but part of the thing is
HBO. That's what it is.
She has her iPad, and I like to buy these things through iTunes as long as they're not $20 a piece, so I can just download them. And she has her phone, and she knows enough to like. She can't read them, but she can identify like the thumbnails and go, "I want to watch this." Yeah. And she will just walk around singing the Totoro song now, and I love it.
Oh, that's so cute.
So cute.
We're like, what else? Like, what other? Like, we actually say, what other Miyamoto films can we see here? Like, Grave of the Fireflies? No, we're not showing.
No.
Spirited Away? No. Spirited Away is one of my all-time favorite movies. But
what's
that's
wrong
not
with Spirited
Away?
Not yet.
For
She's
a 3-4-year-old?
Yeah. She's
it's
little.
A little scary. Mononoke, we might try. We've given her Kiki's. We've given her
Kiki's a good choice. Porco Rosso, I think, is it's relatively mild too. Ponyo, Ariete is good too.
But my favorite ones, we're not going to watch like Nausicaa or Spirited Away with her. Tales of the
Housemoving Castle?
Housemoving Castle. It has a couple of moments where it's like, I don't know, for a kid.
It's been a minute since I watched it, so.
When Howl is like turning into a Birdman, it's kind of like it's not presented in this like shock way, but it's still like he's standing in the shadows in the dark as this really creepy like Birdman thing.
That's true.
I think for a 4-year-old that might be a bit much.
But even the other things, like even things she likes, like Totoro and like Turning Red, like when Totoro growls, she still gets scared, even though she knows what's going to happen at the end. And there's a point in Turning Red where she says, "Start it over," because when it goes to like Dream Panda Land or whatever they're in at the end, like for the big climax of the movie, that scares her. She just wants to go back to the Four Town concert.
That's amazing. Cute. That's so cute.
That is cute.
Wow.
Oh.
But I do like a brief paper on this for another class I took a few semesters ago. But the big thing, like everyone knows, you can find Korean culture everywhere now.
Yeah.
K-pop is huge, and you've got like Squid Game, you know, that was big last year.
K-dramas.
And just like K-dramas are everywhere. Parasite, Train to Busan, you know, all of these exports from Korea. And a big part of it is, number one, of course, Japan is just averse to change, and that will never change. But another big part of it is Japan has a population of about 125 million people. And South Korea's population is 55 million. And Japan is perfectly happy surviving on the crazy amount of money they already make domestically, that everything foreign is just second nature. And this even extends as far as Disney. I mean, OLC, I think since Disney Sea opened, has had the right from Disney to advertise overseas, and they just choose not to because they don't feel like it's worth it.
Which is something that's weird from where Japan was in like the 80s. I guess kind of their late 80s, early 90s like economic crash that they had when like everybody like the tech stuff stopped being. Japan was driving all that, being at the forefront of all this. Do you think that that economic crash kind of like locked them into a certain point there?
Not necessarily. They already kind of were that way. It was just no one had ever seen that management style before, so it was brand new at the time. And the Plaza Accords, which set the value of the yen in the mid '80s and kicked off the bubble, are definitely the bubble was caused by economic factors, not necessarily Japan's ability to innovate, I think. But yeah, they're content with the domestic audience, and meanwhile South Korea has only 55 million people. That's not a very big audience for creating all of this content. No. And they figured if they want to go big and make their impact, they have to go global, and they have to think about the global impact. And it's worked like gangbusters because J-pop was going around for a little while and then it started to kind of fade away. And even anime, it feels like, is past its peak in the global zeitgeist a little bit. And meanwhile, K-dramas are just gaining popularity like crazy. And Squid Game was just this revelation for everybody. And you got people like, BTS and Blackpink and like all these K-pop groups.
Hold on. Alice in Borderland was first before Squid Game, and it is definitively better.
I didn't say that Japan doesn't have an impact on popular culture anymore. I'm just saying that it's less and less than it used to be.
That's fair. I'm getting messages from our producer here. Tom's not here yet. We can. No, he's not here yet. We can keep chatting. Yeah.
Tom's messaging me on Slack because of a thing that happened today in Tokyo.
I know, I saw. Yeah. So we're just keep holding down the fort.
He's messaging me and he's like, so the Toy Story Hotel put up decorations and you need to find a way to get in. I'm like, I don't know if I can, because the hotel still only lets people in who have a reservation. And I have a key card. I still have my key card from when I was there, but they're kind of 50-50 about actually checking whether your name is on the reservation list or not. So I'm not sure I want to go down there.
You really don't want to be there when they're like...
Like being serious.
Yeah.
I see our numbers are going up. So for those joining right now, we are just hanging out and chatting, waiting for Tom to get here to start Tom's Tokyo Haul. We're celebrating, obviously, our Toys for Tots annual telethon. If you want to donate, I'm going to move this cat out of the way. You can go to toys.wwnt.com. You can also start bidding on our auction items at auction.wdwnt.com. And you're able to do that right up until I think our first auction starts, which is like Sunday at 8. So plenty of time.
Sunday at 7. I said earlier.
If you bid on our auction, everything goes to a good cause, and that means that you won't have to bid on the Van Eaton auction that's happening in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
it's true.
Don't go to Van Eaton. Give the money to the tots. Do it for the potato
Give to the tots.
All the tots. I know that at the auction there's like a day.
Tom is doing a merchandise haul, which, out of all indignation, I'm not part of, despite living in Tokyo and being there when he buys his stuff, or buying it for him.
Or buying it for him and shipping it.
So when Tom came, I had so much stuff that I was supposed... Oh, we got spam comments. I was supposed to ship him some stuff. Thank you. And I've been so busy. He wanted a lot of stuff for the Thanksgiving show today, or yesterday, I guess. And I've just been so busy with the end of my semester that I still have 3 boxes sitting in my kitchen ready to go out that I just haven't taken to the post office yet. And in my closet, I have more stuff that he told me that I could send to him that I just haven't had time to send yet. And I think the ultimate indicator of how busy I am is how long it takes me to get stuff out of my apartment. Because there's so much stuff in my kitchen right now, and I want it gone, but I don't have time.
Aw.
It's a busy time. It's a busy end of the year, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Spencer,
It's
you're doing
supposed to be my last
watch
semester,
along
so
tonight, right?
Oh yeah.
yes, from
You're
1 a.m. to
watching
3 a.m.
along.
You can watch Tom and I watch Tokyo things and criticize them.
Oh, okay. I'm not on until 3 tonight. Do you mind
Although
sticking around
we're
for a
going to
little?
be watching. Sorry.
After that, do you mind sticking around for a little bit, because I've got a question that's going to have some Tokyo input needed, and I would love to have your opinion on that. That someone asked me that I'm going to be working on, and it's always good to hear that perspective. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, why not? But yeah, no, it's supposed to be my last semester. I'm supposed to be graduating, which means I'm supposed to be job hunting, and that's a tough process. And I have to switch my visa so that I can be job hunting legally. There's some complications built into my visa. Well, more so the legal implications of becoming an adult rather than the actual supporting myself thing, because I'm already relatively independent financially.
Yes.
I'm more stressed about trying to manage the legal system of Japan and make sure that I don't get thrown out of the country.
Yeah, we don't want that. We don't need you to be homeless. No.
I won't be homeless. I just don't want to ship all my stuff back to America. That would take a lot.
So are you going to stay there for ever?
I don't know about
ever. Are you going to forever be in Japan? Okay.
I don't know about forever. Excuse me. Especially earlier this year when I came back from America, I was really depressed. Part of it's just because in America, we've kind of all let go of COVID, whereas in Japan, I still carry a mask all the time and wear it on my face, and I hate it. And I enjoyed being in America and not having to do that.
Yeah.
Also, Japanese is very hard, and as a foreigner, you're always going to be looked at as the outsider. It's not like America where you can become an American. You'll never become Japanese or any East Asian nation culture, really. It's the same thing in China. I could never be Chinese. I could maybe be Hong Konger, I guess, or Singaporean, because those are already internationalized countries and very migrant focused. But in Japan, I'll always be the long-term tourist is how I like to describe it. I'm the long-term tourist that pays taxes. So it can be demoralizing sometimes. And right now I'm kind of in the sunk cost fallacy of I've spent 4 years learning Japanese and I'm still not very good at it, but I should really try and finish that and maybe try being independent here outside of school and my American bubble for a couple of years and see how I like it before moving on. If I do leave, I don't think I'll come back to America. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
I have
go somewhere else.
I have, maybe Europe or maybe to Hong Kong. I've started to learn Mandarin recently, which, by the way, learning a second East Asian language when you're still not done learning the first East Asian language is a bad idea.
That sounds hard. Yeah.
Sounds really
I think I could have told you that.
Because I hate myself, I've chosen to learn 2 of the hardest languages to learn for native English speakers instead of French or something easier, significantly easier. Because I've been learning Japanese for 4 years and I still don't speak it enough to go to college here, let alone get a job. If I went to an actual Japanese university and not a campus of an American university in Japan, I would be struggling a lot. So, and now I'm trying to learn Mandarin on top of that because I've always wanted to learn Chinese, and I feel like I've made a mistake in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could have told you that, but at least you got there yourself.
Yeah.
Mandarin is hard. It's much harder than Japanese, too, because it's very... The way you intonate words can completely change the meaning of the word because the tone is built into the word itself. So you can have the same sound come out of your mouth, but whether it's rising or falling or like a U shape, it can completely change what word it is.
That is wild.
Yeah, I almost took it in college, and someone talked me out of it.
That sounds like a good
whoever
idea.
talked you out of it was smart. Mandarin is hard. One of my closest friends grew up in mainland China, and she's always making fun of me for how bad my Mandarin pronunciation is. And it's kind of frustrating for me too, because I took to pronouncing Japanese with like a relatively not saying it in an American accent way, and I'm struggling so much more with speaking Mandarin compared to Japanese. That being said, I still feel a lot better about speaking Japanese explicitly, because I've been through classes where, you'll have like the military guy who came to Japan on deployment and then decided to stay. And he's sitting there in the Japanese class and he says everything in an American accent and like doesn't know how to use the R sounds and whatnot. So you'd be like, Konnichiwa, watashi wa maiku desu, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. And that's not how you speak Japanese to anybody ever for so many reasons. And it makes me feel a little bit better when I think about how bad I am at Japanese. I'm like, well, at least I'm not that guy.
There you go. So how does Tom do when he tries to speak it?
If Tom is watching, he does really, really well. If he isn't watching, then listening to Tom try and speak Japanese is entertaining sometimes. He also doesn't really try very much. He says arigato.
He knows like a couple of phrases.
Yeah, he knows phrases, and it also helps that he stays in the Disney bubble where people can help him with very basic English.
That's true.
Most of the time.
That was my favorite
and now,
part.
Of course, he has me around all the time too to like yell at people if he needs it. So.
I was so
funny
nervous
story.
when I first went, and everyone was just like so nice and helpful. Where I was like, I want waffle, and they were just like, "Here is your waffle. Like, thank you. This is what I need in life."
Yeah. So my relative ability to speak Japanese actually came the most in handy ever when Tom was here in a couple weeks ago. So we were at this preview night for Believe. That was for NTG
I've heard a little bit about this.
And we picked up a couple of tickets for that. And so I show up really early. I sat there waiting in front of Disney Sea for like 5 hours before people were being let in, because we wanted to be at the front of like the primo space that would usually be for vacation package people, because it would be the one chance we could see it from there for free. So everyone's sprinting in. You're not supposed to sprint in the park, but I took everyone else sprinting as an excuse to do it myself. So I'm sprinting to the harbor to go and sit down, and I get in line for like the little front and center area. And by the time I get in, there's this group of people who's like set up their little like tarps across the entire first and second row of the viewing area. And they tried to take up a good amount of the third row as well. I'm standing at the time in, I think it was the fourth row I was standing in. And one of them decides to pick up their sheet and move. So I scoot up. And the people next to them had like claimed I guess they were all part of that group. And I just had like intruded on their space that they had reserved. This space that they had reserved was able to fit probably about 50 people. And that detail is important to remember.
No.
So I move my stuff up. Next to me is this mom and dad and a stroller. And she starts yelling at me for scooting up and tries to like shove me back.
Oh,
and then
no.
Their little cabal calls a cast member over. And they tell the cast member that I picked up their stuff and scooted up myself. And the cast member tries to throw Tom and I out.
Are you serious?
Well, the fun thing about this is they were banking on neither of us speaking Japanese. So when I open my mouth and start talking to the cast member, I'm like, no, here's what happened. Someone else took their stuff and I scooted up because they had emptied the space. Their jaw was like oh like, oh shoot,
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
He speaks Japanese. Oh my god.
Yeah. We're
So the
done
cast member, of
for
course,
now.
like
They were-
their face, like the color left their face. They're like, oh god.
Yeah.
Which
That's
is very
insane.
satisfying, honestly, when I get to do that. I've had to do that a couple of
Yeah.
times where like people have tried to paint me as like the barbaric foreigner
villain.
that isn't following the
Mhm.
rules, and I've had to do this a few times. This is the most egregious incident for sure. So I tell the cast member, like, no, so like one of them picked up their stuff and went over there, and the space was empty, so I scooted up. And they're like, okay, well then it's a he said, she said, and we can't really do anything. And they were like fuming over there. So they all get into like their little circle, they huddle up, and they're complaining very audibly about like, oh, these foreigners who just told them off and like got away with it, basically. And so Tom puts up a couple pictures on Twitter of what happened, and this explodes with like so many Japanese Disney fans. I think we got about 1,200 likes on that, and I think about 600 or 700 retweets on it from the Japanese Disney
gosh.
fandom on this.
Ooh.
And
That's
so
crazy.
they've got all of these sheets set up. We're now in the third row, and there's still like all this empty space alongside us for the second and the third row. And then everyone's like standing behind us, and we're like the one people who managed to edge forward a little bit. When it's 5 minutes before the show, you're supposed to take up your sheets, and everyone's supposed to scoot in as much as they can so that everyone can see the show. These people didn't do that.
Mhm.
And we kind of
Oh.
thought that more people were going to show up because they took up so much space. No.
Mhm.
It turns out that it's a cabal of like 10 YouTubers who film Disney shows, and they're like really infamous for doing this, where they take up all of this space and then just don't give it up so that they can be separated from the common people, basically.
That is not okay.
So
That is
So the show
absolutely
starts.
not okay.
The show starts. I told Tom I wanted to call a cast member, and he was the one talking me down, which is
Oh, that's
amazing for
not
so many
normal.
reasons.
That's not normal at all.
I was
No.
livid, and I was ready because I saw all these people
I mean,
standing
I would've
behind us,
been.
and I'm like, we should get them to
Yeah.
scoot up.
Yeah.
There's room for 50 people to stand in this space, and there's like 10 of them just
Well,
separated from the
enjoy the-
commoners.
That's so messed up. Like, I
That's
know
not
people.
okay.
So the
Right.
show starts. The show starts, and they all like focus on their camera, and I'm filming the show too, and I like kind of scoot up and start like stepping on their stuff a little bit, and like I had one foot on one of their backpacks and one foot on their tarp. And the show finally, they were paying attention to their cameras the whole time. The show finally ends. I'm holding my camera, filming like the end of the show, and they turn around and they get like really mad that I'm standing like in their little protected zone, and they start yelling at me. Tom walks away, and they got really upset with me, and I'm like, "What you gonna do? Show's over."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So for two
Oh
different
my
reasons, I
gosh.
feel like that it's incredible to me though that like other people didn't do something about that, because I'm playing out in my head, like for instance like Fantasmic or something, if that went down and like American YouTubers were pulling
So
that kind of crap,
that's the difference right there.
people would have
Americans are
thrown
much more
hands.
likely to complain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Japanese
no,
people
I think that would have
are-
ended in an absolute fist fight. Like a dad from
Oh, for sure.
Michigan would have absolutely laid out a YouTuber for taking up enough space for 50 people, and his kids can't see.
I
the
mean,
show.
I was about to lay out
Somebody
one of
would've
them
snapped.
too, and I'm not a fighter, honestly. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is-
somebody would have absolutely snapped, and that would have never been permitted. Like, I can't even picture people like being like, "Oh shucks, there's all these sheets here." Like, good on the Japanese people for, I guess, like being like more kind and polite and just like silently stewing
It's
about
not
these
that
people
they're-
being jerks. But
it's not necessarily kindness and politeness. It's just as a culture, and of course
don't make
there are
a scene.
exceptions because you can't
Yeah.
define 125 million people. But for the most part,
That's
Japanese
true.
people are generally going to be non-confrontational, and they're not going to kick up a fit about something is like, because they could still see the show, they just were a little bit back. And a lot of them, they had their Zoom cameras and stuff, and I guess for them it wouldn't really matter as much. But even so, I I felt really terrible that we had managed to scoot up, and I wanted to get a cast member and get this solved and get them to push all of their stuff up so that more people could stand in the front.
It's completely rude. Like, and as bad as, and I mean, again, like, YouTubers and live streamers here in America are by far, do not behave well in the parks, and that's being generous. I can't even fathom any of them being so bold as to like take up an entire swath of area that big.
No.
For like a fireworks
show.
The
thing is, they know that most cast members are probably going to be like, this is above my pay grade, and all of the guests aren't going to say anything about it. So they're taking advantage of.
That's so messed up.
They're taking advantage of the complacency and the fact that no one wants to kick up a scene.
I
get held back from being. I'm the kind of person who is the pick up a scene, but not always. Like, I'm very good at not having to make the threat, but just like giving the look of you don't want to continue with this with me. I use that as a cast member when I was there too. It was very much like, hey, that guy's smoking over there. Can someone stop? Like, I would be very much like, okay, I am very much the very polite threats kind of person.
I actually did do that when I was in Florida. I was walking through Fantasyland, and there was this guy who was chain smoking cigarettes over in front of Pinocchio's village house. And this was at like 10 o'clock at night, so the park was getting pretty empty. But I was like flagging down a cast member. I'm like, there's this dude who's smoking over there, and I could smell it all the way over here. Can you like shut this down? There's definitely times where I'm like, well, it's not worth calling a cast member of this. But there's sometimes where I'm just fed up, or I'm like, I don't know about this, And part of that might also just be me living in Japan. I'm also like, I think I've just lived in Japan long enough too, where I'm like, someone's not following the rules,
Yeah.
There's rules there's rules I feel fine about bending too, but there's also ones where I'm like,
like I'm by no means an advocate to fist fight or anything, or even like screaming at people. Really, do not do that. This is not an endorsement to do that. But at the same time, like, yes, get a cast member, do things the way that you're supposed to. But people have just become obnoxious.
And I think that's why the cast members don't intervene as much as people are going to go complain, like particularly like crowd control. I think people blame, the cast members don't do what they used to do. I'm like, they don't do it what they used to do, because people will get in their face and complain and blah blah blah. Like the managers won't have your back anymore because they don't want to deal with the complaints going through City Hall, and that's not universal, but I think that's a lot of it. It's like
that's a lot of it. And
you're right. It's not universal. It's Disney.
Yeah. But I think part of it too is, I know, and it's a cliche phrase, but they don't get paid enough to deal with that kind of crap. And people are so quick now to get physical. I know, because I used to pick up crowd control shifts, and people, would listen to you, especially if you got a little bit forceful with them, because they weren't expecting that from a cast member. So it was almost like, oh, this must be really important if they're like demanding that I get out of the street right this second. Now people don't care. And again, if you try to get forceful with them, they just argue back with you, and you're like, you know what? Fine. Just let the parade float hit you. I don't get paid enough for this. I'm out.
I think a big part of it is, for one, I think as a society during the COVID pandemic, we lost a lot of like social graces that we used to kind of give to each other, just in general.
People lost their mind.
But also, just I think going back to the Chapek mindset from a while ago, all these price increases make everyone feel like they're entitled to their perfect day and that they can do whatever they want because they spent $200 plus $1,000 on the flight and the hotel and per night. They feel entitled to say, no, screw you, I'm going to do what I want because I paid for my perfect day.
But also I was at Not So Scary in October, and I was watching this cast member work really, really hard to try and get people to just stay where they needed to, especially when the horse, is coming down,
Right.
for the headless horseman portion, and they're like, this is a live animal. This is like if you could get trampled, like please just listen.
Right.
And it's like
there is an inherent danger.
Yeah, exactly. And like I know, like I get what you're saying as far as like people want to be entitled or whatever, but like say they were to get run over by the horse, then your vacation is ruined. So just like listen, because it's for your safety as well. Like you don't want your trip ruined. Just listen for 5 minutes, and then you can cross and be on your merry way.
As we've seen by the people who got into a fist fight outside of Mickey's PhilharMagic, it'll ruin your vacation.
I
anyway,
know.
So.
I know.
Right.
And I mean, that was so disturbing in the fact that the family waited after for the other family to come out. Like, that was just very troubling for me to read.
Yeah.
I even, like, I noticed it, in particular, I noticed it at Disney World. Like, the Disneyland people, I didn't really feel were very confrontational when I was in California either time. But both times I was in Florida, there was just so many really, like, upset. Everyone felt miserable when I was at Walt Disney World, because the first time I was there, I was there in August, and of course people are going to be miserable in August. It's hot outside. But even in May, and it was a lovely day, but so many people were just miserable the whole time. Like, I went to watch Enchantment.
To death, and it's not a pleasant experience because you've been up since freaking midnight trying to get your fast lightning lane Genie Plus nonsense, and you're exhausted and
then you got to wake up at like 5 a.m. to get to the park before the lines get long, and
you're trying to get the most value out of all of this money that you've spent, and because you're being nickel and dime to death, it never feels like enough. And it's not for most people. I don't think, especially for people who are coming for the first time, or maybe especially for the people who are coming for the first time, like pre-pandemic, like you came in like 17, 18, and you're just now coming back. This is not a pleasant experience once you get there. It's like, what in the world have I walked into compared to what I knew? And especially if you haven't been since the 90s or something. They're not
going when you're involved. When you're involved in Disney and you know what's going on. Like, I write about this site every day. I write about Disney World every day. I see all these changes happening, and I was still there, and I was confused by everything. I can only imagine what, the average guest who isn't, knee deep in the research all the time is feeling.
Yeah.
Part of my plans for this weekend that aren't on here is, I don't mention it much because I'm not part of our official sponsor travel agency, but I have my own agency, and I'm putting together a PDF of this is how you book. And now, do I really want to do that if I think the changes that might be coming, with park reservations, the rumors of it possibly going, do I want to waste my time doing that right now? So I might hold off on that, but it's just even as a travel agent, it's I got to pay attention to week after week after week of what is going on, what's changing, what's open, what's closed. We don't get the notice we used to. When did we get the notice that Blizzard was switching, it was switching between Blizzard and Typhoon? Usually that's months in advance.
Before. Yeah, it was a week.
It was a couple weeks, wasn't
it? Basically, I'm guessing it was when the cast schedules came out.
Probably.
But it was quick.
And it probably didn't even have to be that. It's because they say, well, you're just showing up to a different location. You're doing the same job.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was super, super quick. Not what it used to be. You used to know at least a month or two in advance when the switch was happening, and that wasn't the case.
Also, because you just knew what was happening at the same time every year.
Even in California, people seem pretty happy. Everyone I talked to and listen, if I just heard conversations in California, people were generally still pretty positive. People had complaints about how Lightning Lane was going and Genie Plus and some of the struggles of the overcrowding of the park. But just everyone in Florida was so miserable all the time. Even the people who work, a lot of the cast members were miserable too. And obviously, they're miserable because the guests are miserable and entitled, and that's just the way it is.
But I think, people used to say it was the other way around, and that Californians behaved terribly at Disneyland because they were locals and treated it like a second home. I think COVID, because it was closed and it was even closed for longer than Disney World, it kind of gave them an appreciation. And I think we're now seeing kind of almost that switch where people in California going back to Disneyland, because it is a more predominantly local park, they know what to expect. They know what's going on. They feel comfortable, but they're not necessarily abusing the privilege because they got it taken away for so long. And they've had to jump through several more hoops to get there. I think they're appreciating it more. They also know what to expect when they get to the park. They know the deal. At the rapid rate everything changes at Walt Disney World, and you have so many people who are traveling there and are just, again, they're just confused. They have no idea what's happening. I mean, again, my friend that we took in January, she had a fantastic time, but she's like, I don't know what we would have done if you didn't come with us and like show us what to do for our first trip. I would have been completely overwhelmed because this is nothing like I remember. And I wouldn't have, I would have had a terrible time because I wouldn't have known what's happening.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah.
I had the same thing.
I think that's what a lot of families are experiencing now down there.
Even here, it's not nearly as complicated as it is at Walt Disney World. But I went with some friends. I think I went right before I left for the US. I was there in March. And, you know, this is before Disney Premier Access even came around, but it was still getting pretty crowded. And, you know, I'm like weaving them through all of the stuff. And they went back in, a couple of them went back last month for Halloween. And they're texting me the whole day. They're like, everything we did when we were here with you isn't true anymore, and everything's changing again. And we've been here half the day. We've done like 3 rides, and we can't buy the fast pass thing, and we don't know what's going on. I'm like, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Like even going with Tom, you know, he's you know, in the world of theme parks, so he understands it a bit more, but there's still like an element of me having to guide and walk him through the process. When he was here with his significant other too in August, there was a lot of learning curves about things that had changed since COVID. When we were at Universal, there was a lot of stuff to learn about USJ and how it's different from Florida and Hollywood. There's definitely something to be said about, you know, it doesn't feel like a vacation for people anymore. It doesn't really feel like a fun day at the park for so many people because of all of these upcharges and add-ons and complications, and you can't even show up without a reservation or a specially dated ticket. And then when you get in, it's always crowded and you have to pay up for lightning lanes or Premier Access or whatever. And it's no wonder why I keep seeing on Twitter, you know, people are going to Mexico or to Hawaii, and they're going to these all-inclusive resorts where it's an actual vacation, and they feel so much more relaxed, and they're spending half of what they would have if they'd just gone to Walt Disney World.
Yeah.
Guys, I gotta say goodnight. It's I hear my daughter getting up, so
oh, fair enough.
I just got the notice from Jake that Tom's about ready to go, so I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna sign off. Yeah. So thank you guys for hanging out. Have fun on, you know, whatever shows you do the rest of the marathon. I know I'll be back on Sunday. Remember, keep donating for Toys for Tots. Thank you, Ron and Spencer and Ashley, for hanging out with me. And we will see you guys soon. Up next is Tom's Tokyo Haul. Maybe with or without Spencer. We'll find out.
Good night, everybody. Good morning, I should say.
Good night, everybody.
Good morning, yeah.